Sound check 2, October 8th, Council, sound check 2.
Good morning, everyone. Clerk Trenum, could you please confirm that quorum is present for today's meeting?
Deputy Mayor Nan, quorum is present.
Thank you. And joining us virtually, we have Councillor Huang. In chambers, we have Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Pauls, Councillor A. Wilson, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Francis, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Crutch, Councillor Clark, and Councillor M. Wilson. Good morning, and as we have quorum present for today's council meeting, I'd like to call it to order. Please stand for the national anthem. Thank you, and please be seated. I want to acknowledge that the City of Hamilton is situated on the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so we can better understand our role as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Welcome, Mayor. Members are reminded that all electronic devices to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. Members are also reminded of the 5-minute time limit when asking questions or making statements, and that no member of council shall speak more than once on any matter at a council meeting without passing a motion to do so. That's new. Okay, are there any amendments to our agenda? Any amendments to our agenda?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor. I'm just going to look for the amendment that I'm supposed to read. No, that's not it. No. Clerk, can you help me here, please? Sorry.
A little assist. Here we go.
Deputy Mayor, I believe the councillor is looking to add a motion to go into closed session today on item 11.2 of the GIC minutes to provide further direction to staff.
Okay, thank you. Any further amendments on the agenda?
Sorry, Chair.
That's okay, no worries. We're here to assist each other. So that's move, but we'll do the move and second it after all the amendments are tabled.
Presuming there are no objections, Deputy Mayor, we could move them just as amended.
Move as amended, okay. Councillor McMeekin, did you also have an agenda item?
It's not an agenda item. I just want to celebrate fall. We brought some fresh apples from Taylor Farm in Flamborough, and they're out in the ante room.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
All right, so we can have a vote on the agenda as amended, and it is a raising of your hand vote. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries.
Sorry, did we get a mover and a seconder?
Oh, my apologies. Moved by Councillor Francis, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Thank you both. All right, on to declarations of interest. Any to declare today? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to our ceremonial activities. Clerk Trenum and Councillor-elect Robert Cooper, would you please come on up to the podium for the administration of the Declaration of Office?
Morning, Deputy Mayor, Mayor, members of council. The declaration of office is more than a legal requirement under the Municipal Act. Rather, it's a solemn commitment to serve the residents of the City of Hamilton with integrity, accountability, and dedication. At this time, I will now invite Councillor-elect Cooper, who did sign his oath of office last week, allowing him to participate, but will now read into the public record and before council the declaration as we did it then. So, Councillor, I'll ask you to repeat after me. I, Robert Cooper,
I, Robert Cooper,
having been elected
having been elected
to the office of City Councillor, Ward 8,
to the office of City Councillor, Ward 8,
in the municipality of the City of Hamilton,
in the municipality of the City of Hamilton,
do solemnly promise
do solemnly promise
and declare
and declare
that, and I'll ask you to read,
that, 1, I will truly, faithfully, and partially exercise this office to the best of my knowledge and ability. 2, I have not received and will not receive any payment or reward or promise thereof for the exercise of this office in a biased, corrupt, or in any other improper manner. 3, I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. 4, I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III.
Councillor-elect, do you make this solemn promise and declaration conscientiously believing it to be true, knowing it is the same force and effect as if made under oath?
I do.
Congratulations. If the councillor and members are willing, we could now perhaps take a photo with the members of council present. If we could just move to the podium, we'll facilitate that.
Okay, as everybody has gathered in your seats again, now we'll move over to call on City Manager Marnie Cluckey for our staff commendation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Members of Council, I would like to take a moment to recognize and formally acknowledge the outstanding efforts of members of our waste management team in supporting a recent investigation at the Glanbrook landfill. Thanks to their professionalism, responsiveness, and strong collaboration, our staff played a key role in assisting law enforcement and ensuring the process was carried out effectively and efficiently. Their work behind the scenes often goes unnoticed, but it is essential, and we are proud to take this opportunity to highlight it, especially in these special circumstances. So a sincere thank you goes out to Frank Falcone, Tim Robinson, and our contractor Waste Management Canada for their continued support and partnership. Your contributions were instrumental in achieving the successful results. Hamilton Police Services have expressed their gratitude and also formally recognized and commended our staff for their critical assistance during the investigation. This is a well-deserved acknowledgement, and we are proud of the integrity and excellence shown by everyone involved. So on behalf of all of us, congratulations and thank you for everything you do. with the Deputy Mayor's permission, will come up for a photograph.
Okay, on to the agenda of approval of our minutes. May I please have a motion to approve the minutes from our September 17th council meeting? Thank you, Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor Cassar. Thank you both. Indicate your vote by show of hands, please. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. On to item 7 of our agenda, committee recommendations. First up, we have 7.1, which is our Public Works Committee, September 29, 2025 report. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And it's moved by myself and second by Councillor Matt Francis, that the PWC 25011, being the minutes of the Public Works Committee held on Monday, September 29, 2025, item 7.1 be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. It's been moved and seconded. Any members want to speak on any items? Thank you. First up, we have Councillor Crutch. Thank you.
Thanks. There was just 2 items I wanted a separate vote on because I had voted opposed to them. It was 8.13, I believe, or numeral 3. And if I have it correct, 10.1. I have nothing to say, just casting my vote as I did at committee.
Thank you. So those are itemized. Any other speakers on the speakers list for the Public Works Committee? Councillor Jackson.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Nan. Thank you. Can I just ask through you to General Manager Kennedy of Public Works and/or Director Carolyn Ryle on 10.5, Automated Speed Enforcement Program Expansion. This council has unanimously endorsed the expansion from our existing 4 photo radar cameras to make our streets safer to 8. And can I just have some assurance that in spite of what may be happening at Queen's Park, that our staff with council's unanimous support and your motion that was unanimously approved last week, Deputy Mayor Nan, that we're still moving forward to purchase and hopefully implement and install the additional 4 cameras. Through you, please.
Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you, General Manager of Public Works, Jackie Kennedy. Is Carolyn online for this? Carolyn Ryle? We are still reviewing the direction from the province, understanding all of the aspects of what that means for the city. We have heard the support from council to continue on with the program, and we'll be continuing to look for ways that we can implement.
My apologies, General Manager, if I just caught you a bit off guard. I hear what you're saying, Deputy Mayor Nan, but I would hope, because the legislation has not been passed at Queen's Park, my hope is that it won't, and I hope the Premier may have a moment of reconsideration, especially when the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police have unanimously come out as well saying they're a wonderful enforcement tool against speeding and reckless driving. So I want to be assured, though, that in spite of what's going on at Queen's Park, that we are moving ahead with the council endorsement and that we haven't paused the purchase of the extra 4 unless I'm missing something, Deputy Mayor Nan. Please, through you one more time, please.
I don't have all of the clarity on it because this has been moving so quickly. So I would like to offer to get back to you, Councillor, with that perhaps in an email that may provide that information. We, as you know, staff are in support of moving ahead wherever we can with automated speed enforcement.
That's fine, General Manager Kennedy. If you would send an email after today with that assurance, or if there's something additionally at play council needs to know, I'd be satisfied and gratified with that. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. As the decision is made by the provincial government and receives royal assent, we would then have our corresponding reports back from staff on the matter altogether. But in the meantime, and in between time, council's given its approval for status quo of our program. Thank you. Any further discussion on the Public Works Committee report? Speaker's list is in front of me, isn't it? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. On the same item that Councillor Jackson spoke to, is Director of Transportation available or Mike Shields available? I'd like to speak to one of the cameras that were being proposed, which is for Upper Stony Creek. I'd like to share publicly to the Premier why we made the decisions that we did for Upper Centennial Parkway. Upper Centennial Parkway is 70 kilometers an hour is coming up the escarpment, and then it turns to 60 kilometers an hour. We did speed studies on that road. The 85th percentile on that road was 92 kilometers an hour. It's a 60. That's not including the 15th percentiles, which would have exceeded the 92 kilometers an hour. On that strip, if I recall correctly, we have had 5 deaths, traffic fatalities in the last few years. All of them were as a result of speed. It is a regional highway. We accepted that responsibility when they passed it down to the municipality. We are trying to ensure that that roadway is safe. I'd like the Premier to come to Hamilton and tell me exactly where on Upper Centennial Parkway he would like me to install speed cushions. I've been advised that we can't do it because the speed is 60 kilometers an hour, and if people didn't see the speed cushion and they hit it, they would lose control. So speed cushions can't be done there. It's a possibility that we could put in roundabouts. Here's the challenge. The distance between the roundabouts is significant. So without speed cameras, they're going to continue to speed excessively. So when a councillor in Toronto said there will be fatalities, I can advise that councillor and the Premier that there have been fatalities. There are families in my area that are mourning the loss of a son, daughter, mother, father, children in these accidents that are caused by speed. The police are giving tickets there. It's not stopping because the police can't stand there all day long. They have a job to do elsewhere. So it really bothers me that we did our homework, this council, our staff, they came up with a plan to lower the speeds because we know in Hamilton that those cameras have been effective because the actual revenue we receive from tickets has gone down year over year. So people are slowing down when they see those signs. They're slowing down after they get a ticket. So I appreciate the work that the staff are doing, but it's important that the Premier of the province of Ontario understand that in my ward, we have lost people as a result of speed on that roadway. and we were trying to fix it. It would be helpful if he would let us.
Thank you. Councillor McMeekin? Oh, my apologies. Councillor McMeekin, I'm going to add you to the speakers list. There's one already established. Councillor Pauls is next on the list, then yourself. Oh, thank you for itemizing that. So Councillor McMeekin on this item?
Thanks, Chair. I just want to build on the words of my two esteemed colleagues. I hope when the Premier decides to visit Councillor Clark, he might find time to drop by Parkside Drive in Ward 15, which Council in its infinite wisdom declared a safety zone. That's the requirement of the legislation, as we all know, where we have 18-wheel trucks speeding through the residential zone. The alternative to the alleged cash grab is a cash spend, placing already stretched police services in terms of enforcement. Police, given the absence of speed cameras, would be our only enforcement mechanism. They're all day with a camera filming speeders when a camera could be there capturing the breakage of the law. So in order to ensure the safety of the people we're privileged to represent and to do it with integrity, we're going to have to invest more money in police enforcement. And I just think that's counterintuitive. So Councillor Clark, if you want to welcome the Premier, I'll come and join you, and we'll we'll make it a party. We'll take him up, and maybe we could even introduce him to some of the citizens along both avenues. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Pauls, what item would you like to speak to? Go ahead.
It's not as important as the speed camera, and I agree everything my colleagues said that we do need them. But 7.1, the feasibility of solar waste bins, roadside location, I find it kind of interesting. I want to know, first of all, how long is this pilot, if somebody could say? And we heard on, I didn't ask that question on Public Work, we learned that it's 500% more than regular ones. My question is, how long is the pilot? Why are we doing when we know it's 500% more?
Okay, so that was an item for information. There was no direction approved at committee. And I know that our Waste Services staff just exited chambers, but over to you, General Manager Kennedy, any comments?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just going to pull the report up. I do believe it's in the report. The main messaging from that was around the pilot and the cost differential that would be realized if we were to go towards that direction. So just if you can just give me a moment, I can get my fingers on the information and see if I can get Joel back online. He's just on his way back to the office.
I know that it said it was 500% more. My question, I did want to ask, when we do a feasibility study, does it cost us money to do it when we know right away that we probably won't do it?
In general?
In general, yes, it would likely cost us money. At times, we may get some partnership with vendors who want to pilot in our municipality, but yes, it is an outset of costs at times for the equipment and for the staff to support it as we explore different opportunities.
And that's why I thought in times when we need to save money, this pilot, I know it's coming back and we're probably not going to do it, but I was shocked that it was 500% more than what we have now. So, but I did read the report, so thank you.
Thank you. So we have the two items that have, my apologies, Councillor Kassar. Same item or a different one? It was the previous items. It's okay. You still have the opportunity to speak to the item.
Okay, thank you. I My computer was very slow to indicate. My apologies. I just wanted to speak to the speed cameras as well and follow up on what Councillor Clark was saying. And I wanted to make maybe a friendly amendment to some of the comments. I agree with everything Councillor Clark was saying. He did use the word accident, which is commonly what we use when they're, and I think accident is not the correct term to be used when we are designing a system that is set up to produce those kind of results, and we're not allowed to have the enforcement required and all the other things that are required to make something safe. So I agree with what Councillor Clark was saying. Just think that's important, that we're talking about collisions, and they're not accidents because they're designed to happen. And secondly, just real quickly, last night I went to speak to Ancaster Girl Guides from a whole range of ages, and they asked a lot of questions. And the number one thing that came up was about road safety. And they wanted to know what the city's doing about road safety and why we can't make things safer. And this topic came up as well. And I'm just passing on to everyone listening and to the Premier, it's not just this council who's concerned about it. It's not just adults, it's children who are trying to safely get to school, cross the road to get to play, to get to baseball or to some kind of activity. And that's what's really at risk here. At issue. And we're taking away one tool. It's only one tool. There's many more that we need to implement, but we're taking away a very important tool to keep our children safe. And they can't vote yet, but they will. But in the meantime, we're here to represent them, and that's what I'm very proud that this council has done on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate Councillor Paul's questions with respect to the item that was explored. I do recall that I sought confirmation of my understanding, and a response was given in the affirmative that I did understand it correctly, and it was as the following. If this is in the event Mr. McCormick can't join us, the test was, would it be feasible to provide for solars along public waste disposal, and it was deemed not to. The cost was very prohibitive. But in the report, it did speak to a pilot that was just starting that is actually not $500,000, but it is informed by sensors which take the weight of a disposal bin. And the pilot is such that can we use that information from the weight gathered from the sensors to better inform our collection system and perhaps to move to a variable collection system so that it actually in the end may provide us with cost savings. So I don't know if that's helpful or not. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, we have exhausted our speakers list. There was the two items that we're going to separate out a vote for. Clerk, it was 8.3 and 10.1.
8.1 sub 3.
Thank you.
III, and 10.1. So we want to start with 8.1 sub 3.
Okay. Oh, certainly. 8.13 is
It's
report PW 25060. And that is as it relates to proposed permanent closure and sale of a portion of assumed alleyway between 11 and 13 East Avenue North in Ward 3. And that's before committee for electronic vote. And it's the vote. It's almost up. There we go. That carries, thank you. And item 10.1, Councillor Jackson, do you need that clarified as well?
Is that about the speed cushions in Glanbrook?
It is installation of speed cushions in Glanbrook. Yeah. Okay, it's before committee for electronic vote. Councillor McMeekin, is that a thumbs up while the system is lagging on your end? Got it. Thank you, and that carries as well. And so now on the balance of the report. And that carries. Thank you, everyone. So in terms of our GIC report 25-013, we had a up top motion to request to defer. Is this time to defer the motion, or do we first table the motion to receive and then?
So I'll put it before council. Traditionally, what we do is when we lift something or are dealing with something separate, even in closed, we just defer the entire thing until after closed. We can do that and follow current practice. If you would like to deal solely with the open minutes, we can do that and then come back and deal with the closed minutes separately as the item is only on closed.
Okay, so options on the floor, committee, it's really up to you. Should we defer the whole thing and then come back and deal with it, or do we want to defer everything except for that one item? Okay, we'll defer the entire report to after private and confidential. So I need a mover in Councillor Spadafora and a seconder to defer the report until after private and confidential items are dealt with. Thank you. Seconder is Councillor Crutch. All those in favor? Is that an electronic vote?
No. It can be by hand.
Oh, my apologies. By hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you. All right, on to 7.3 and 12.3, which is AFNA 25-011, our Audit Finance Administration Committee report from October 2nd, 2025. Councillor Spadafora, could you please bring forward your motion?
Good morning, Deputy Mayor. It's moved by myself, second by Vice Chair Councillor Beatty, that AFNA 25-011, being the minutes of the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee meeting held on October 2nd, 2025, be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved, and that the closed session minutes of the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee meeting held on October 2nd be approved as presented and remain confidential.
Thank you for that. Council members, any discussion on the AFNA report? Okay, seeing none, then it is before you for electronic vote. That carries, thank you. On to item 7.4, Councillor Alex Wilson, if you could, please.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jackson that the Emergency and Community Services Meeting 25-009, being the minutes of the Emergency Community Services Committee held on Thursday, October 2nd, 2025, item 7.4 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Any speakers on items at ECS? Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan. On item 8.2, this will be the last time I say this this term, and so some of you can wipe your brows. It's the transition of the Hamilton Veterans Committee to a community liaison group. I want to be recorded as opposed to this to be consistent. I just found it very odd that this new change, much more progressive council, decided to disengage from 14 citizen advisory committees that were doing, by and large, yeoman's work. I serve with Councillor Pauls on the Seniors Advisory Committee. They do dynamite work. I just don't understand why we didn't, Deputy Mayor Nan, want to continue to feel them, touch them, hear them, see them, as every year they reported regularly to standing committees of council. Instead, we're going to relocate them into a department of the city. They're going to be buried in there somewhere, and it'll be up to the bureaucrat to decide in the future who will serve on the new community liaison groups, CLGs. I just found it unfortunate. If there was some tweaking that needed to be done to some of the original 14 advisory committees that were appointed by council, we should have done the tweaking. If there were some that had not met for a while that maybe needed to be merged because the agendas were similar, overlap, we could have done that for efficiency's sake. But to just dissolve and disband citizen advisory committees, and one or two members of council made the argument that were one, I think it was a 10-6 vote in favor of disbanding one or two colleagues made the comment about, well, in past years, the councils of the day have appointed maybe regular volunteers who have served there for a while, and maybe it just got a little too political. First of all, I'd hate to tarnish any volunteer who is offered to serve in this community. And geez, I didn't think there was anything wrong with experience being at the table. And secondly, Deputy Mayor Nan, who's to say that within the bureaucracy that will have sole discretion as to now who will be appointed to the community liaison groups, who's to say that the bureaucrats may not have a certain agency, group, equity-based groups, agencies, stakeholders in this city that they may favor and feel that they should be on that particular new citizen community liaison group. So I just found it very, very unfortunate. We're going to lose complete contact and touch with, I'll speak for the Seniors Advisory Committee, that used to enjoy reporting to this body, the Emergency Community Services Committee, on an annual basis, proudly talking about the recommendations and things they did for seniors in this community. And last thought for this body, apparently this past Friday I was at the Seniors Advisory Committee as one of your appointees, and we've heard that the Climate Change Advisory Committee will be seeking dispensation to continue as they are for the balance of this term, as status quo in their current form. If that ends up being confirmed, the Seniors Advisory Committee will be coming forward. I'll be proud to move a motion that they carry on in the same manner that they are, at least for the balance of this term. I hope that there will be equitable treatment around this table. So I'll be recorded as opposed. I feel badly for the veterans that we won't be able to see their presentations anymore. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Councillor Jackson, I know for certain you are not intending to impugn any motive on the part of our staff at the City of Hamilton as having political bias. If you could just correct the record for that, please.
What I was suggesting, Deputy Mayor, thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan, I wasn't impugning any of the bureaucracy or the corporation or staff that now will be in charge. I was suggesting that if you're suggesting to me that there will be a pristine now procedure and process that will be now interviewing and appointing within the bureaucracy, I won't have any idea or clue of what's going on in that manner, and will be solely at their discretion without any account back at this table like we used to have when it was politically appointed by our selection committee. So I apologize, never meant to impugn any member of staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. On to Councillor Clark, then Councillor Cretch, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can I ask staff, when this body will meet with staff on different issues, how will they record the minutes, and will they be public?
On the staff side, who will be responding on the liaison committee question?
Yes.
Clerk? Yeah. Oh.
Sorry, this is
General Manager Prasad, please.
Yeah, General Manager Arvind Prasad, Planning and Economic Development. Apologize I couldn't be there with you today. The minutes will be recorded. I'll let the clerk provide more information on that. But from our perspective, there will be oversight, as the discussion just happened from the administration. There's no favor or bias, obviously, from the administration's perspective, and well-documented minutes.
So to be clear, city staff will record the minutes in the requisite department, and will keep those minutes in the requisite department. But they don't come here because it's advice to staff. So there is no transparency, unless I'm mistaken.
Clerk?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, while I have not been involved in this particular report, I've been assisting with the overall process and providing advice. My understanding with this particular group is this is very much a movement from a formal meeting process to engaging a group of community volunteers to help plan the commemoration events. So it's not so much providing advice as much as volunteering to put on these events. the responsibility in terms of documentation of how we, as the city, participate, plan, coordinate those events would belong to the department as it always had.
Respectfully, I've been around this table for a few years now, and I have seen the Veterans Committee appear before us and advocating for different things, advocating that the council take a position on different things. So it is possible that they would do that. The way it stands now, they will not appear before council. Their report will not come to council. It will go to staff. Staff will consider that and then incorporate it, if they wish, into their recommendations for council. That's how I've read the policy. Can someone correct me if I'm wrong?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, any individual, and this happens outside of the advisory process or the volunteer process, would bring items to staff saying, hey, I think this would be an excellent opportunity for the city, or I'd like us to incorporate this. In this case, staff would have limited ability to do anything if they want to advocate for a specific topic outside of the creation of the commemorating events and putting them on, which means if it was something that staff could take and bring back to council, they would. And if it wasn't, we're creating and have a process for members to report directly to committee or council through a citizen report template that we make available to them. And they can appear and present similar to a delegation or a written correspondence. It'll be added that would allow them to appear not just as a citizen, but as a volunteer with the city working with staff in this particular area.
So you're saying these new committees will still be able to report directly to council?
Nothing will prevent that, Deputy Mayor. If anything, we're hoping to encourage that more through the creation of a volunteer portal and some volunteer work happening on the engagement side with better resources for not just volunteers with the city or individuals that are assisting with events and other aspects of city services, but for all members of the public to help them understand how they can better speak directly to council.
The challenge I guess I have is that the policy does not stipulate exactly what the clerk has said. The policy stipulates the mechanism by which it will work and that they report directly to staff. Does not say that they report here. Does not say that they can report here. I'm not naive. I know that the process allows any citizen of Hamilton to go to a GIC meeting and make a position, including members of different committees that are working with staff. My point is, we had transparency where the full report always came to council or a standing committee, and now we don't because it stays with staff until they bring something forward. That's what the policy says. If we're going to change it, I'd be happy to move that motion.
And through you, Deputy Mayor, what I can say is in this particular case, I want to be thoughtful of calling it a policy. This particular group has come back with this is how they believe they should function and work as volunteers with this department on this particular topic. And it is a pretty narrowed focus versus some of the other ones which are a little more complicated and some of which have traditionally had more of an advocacy role. What I'm looking to do is work with the engagement team, hoping by the end of the year to bring back a report for information for council on not only this process, but on what I explained to you with terms of the volunteer piece and the engagement piece and how we're hoping to better assist these groups. All of that said, I think the main takeaway that I took from the report when I read it, of course, when I started, a lot of this had happened before I started with the city, was a desire to take and separate out what is true advocacy and providing advice to council versus what has become more of event planning and volunteerism and community and public engagement. That side is what needs to move towards a community liaison group piece. And if this council and this body sees there is still a place for that advocacy piece, there is nothing to prevent it from forming an advisory committee or maintaining an advisory committee, as long as the focus and mandate of that truly is providing advice and advocacy as a role for a committee should be.
Regardless, I'll sum up. I'm voting against it. I voted against it last time because it stripped transparency from the process. They're not reporting to council anymore. They're reporting to staff.
Thank you. Councillor Crouch, then Councillor Alex Wilson.
So I want to be clear that we're talking today about the Veterans Committee only. We're not talking about every advisory committee. We're not talking about the Seniors Advisory Committee or any other committee, just the Veterans Committee, who are all deeply consulted on the subject of how they wanted this committee to function, and that's why you have the recommendation in front of you. This is what they said they wanted to do. Be clear about that. When we had the staff liaison here, questions were asked of the staff liaison, and there was a discussion about this with the veterans, and the Veterans Committee said, look, what we pretty much do here is we plan events, and we want to make sure we do that in a more transparent way. There's a table here which is really useful, actually, that shows all the events that are planned with veterans in combination with city staff, and then how all that's going to happen. That's already a great way to see that transparently for everybody in the public, so anybody who wants to see that can look at the appendix and see how we're doing that, how it's being structured. To the clerk's point, at the meeting that we had, the committee meeting, I brought up, look, I think what's happening here is we have two separate things occurring. One, we have custom things each committee is going to ask for, right? Seniors, LGBTQ Advisory Committee, whomever may ask for specific things. Those are going to appear here in the policy. But we do need some kind of overarching document or some information report, which I asked for, to highlight what are all the features of these groups going to be, including the ability for them to delegate and still do advocacy work. That was something I think all of us talked about during this process. Myself quite vocally, Councillor Nan, Councillor Alex Wilson, some other people vocally saying, we really want to make sure the advocacy piece doesn't go anywhere. The ability for them to come here and give us advice doesn't die. And so that is embedded in this process, and that is part of this. I think this is a unique situation. I'll speak from my experience as the former chair of the LGBTQ Advisory Committee and say, we always had two strange jobs there. One was give advice to the city, and the other was plan a flag raising ceremony, right? This was a deeply problematic and complicated situation because what the city was basically doing was abdicating its duty to do things to a group of volunteers who didn't really get support, who were asked to do things at the last minute, who were told a bunch of stuff. This completely fixes that problem and finally says to the city, wait a minute, maybe you should be acknowledging the fact that Pride exists, and you should have a corporate plan for doing that volunteers can support you with, right? And volunteers can give you advice on. The other way around was, oh, hey, random volunteers, would you like to figure this out for the city? A billion-dollar corporation who should have its own mandate to do that? And honestly, the results were often not great, as I'm sure you all remember. So we don't want to go through those processes again and put volunteers in those spots. So this actually solves a bunch of problems. Again, I'm getting off topic now because now I'm talking about some committees that aren't the focus of this, which I started speaking of, so I'm going to be quiet now and say that this is about the Veterans Committee. They were consulted. This works for them, and we're going to get an overarching document that explains the processes and policies for all committees that'll be coming forward before the end of the year, which should be the other issue. But I don't see why we wouldn't support the Veterans Committee who are asking us to do this.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. So reading from the appendix, there was a conversation about how recruitment will work and that it will be staff appointing. The bylaw, the policy right in front of us, or the appendix right in front of us, discusses the fact that it will be the chair and the vice chair who are representatives of whether it's a Legion or other folks in community on this committee. And so just pointing that out, that how recruitment is happening is specified in the appendix here. Collaboration of the chair, the vice chair, and the staff liaison. Conversations about minutes. My awareness historically is that advisory committees submitted one annual budget report, and then if they had additional reports, it was at their choice to bring them forward. As opposed to one annual budget report, there's now biannually the minutes that Heritage staff are taking. So this is in 6.3 of Appendix A. Biannually, those minutes are now going to be coming forward to Emergency Community Services Committee, which will report up to council. So yes, the way that council is getting minutes is changing. Members around this committee may not think that this is the right form or maybe not the right depth, but minutes will certainly be coming through the committee structure from this to council. And my understanding is they'll be coming at twice the frequency that they are currently. Again, what goes in them? How does that work? I'm open for conversation there, but just looking at the appendix, I think some of these questions or some of these concerns, like it is specified, and if we want to tweak it, that's where I'd be looking to tweak it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Councillor Beattie.
Thank you. I wasn't initially going to speak on this. There's a lot of robust conversation going around here, and I'm thankful for that. I guess I'm struggling now, the terms that are being used around the table in terms of advocacy versus event planning. And what I hear what's being said, I think there's value, whether or not the committee actually knows that of themselves, that goes beyond event planning. And I want to go back to something that happened last year. And this is very specific to Veterans Affairs. We designed and installed Remembrance Day crosswalk in Stony Creek. The first one in the city is being replicated throughout other parts of Hamilton now, and in fact has been replicated in dozens of municipalities in dozens of areas across the entire country as a result of the work that was done in that initial design process. That was 100% advocacy on the part of the Veterans Affairs Committee. And I want to just highlight that there was an initial design that was sent to that advocacy group. It was very attractive. It was very nice to look at. But the feedback that we got saved us from making a very disastrous error in terms of the way that we were going to apply that design. It would have been entirely inappropriate if not for the feedback that we received from that advocacy group. So I guess I want to file this under if it ain't broke, don't fix it, that they worked in a manner with staff, with the political entity, my office, very, very effectively. They helped us to design something that's been replicated across the country now. So I guess I'm struggling with why we would move in any way to reinvent that wheel. It seems to be turning very well.
Thank you. And if I could just turn the chair over to Councillor Francis, acting in Deputy Mayor 1 month prior.
Go ahead.
Through you, if I could just clarify with staff. So my understanding in the initial report that brought forward the recommendations, the clerks already helped clarify many of these points, but that when city staff are engaging with our liaison groups and or any said body of volunteers to collaborate with the community and the residents of the city of Hamilton to bring forward recommendations that would enhance our policy, enhance our service delivery, enhance our ability to do events or contribute to a design that is much more informed and appropriate on behalf of those committee members, that staff have already demonstrated an example of bringing those voices to the table. I've seen it integrated into reports. I've seen it attached as an appendix. I've even seen citizens and community collaboration members come to the podium and co-present with staff. If we could just get some clarity around some of the words that are I just want to get clear around the process of how we are caring for and tending to authentic, ethical community engagement.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the question. I'll start and then I'll turn it over to the clerk. So the intent behind this is always to make sure that the voices are heard and that there's an appropriate mechanism by which to be heard. And so in addition to the ability to delegate through the mannerism that the clerk identified, within reports themselves, we want to make sure that that feedback from them is integrated. And you will have seen that, for example, in some of the gender-based work, the reports that came forward through Healthy and Safe Communities, where the feedback that was provided is directly integrated into the report, and working hard to integrate both the feedback that is accepted and move forward with and that which is not, so that there is the ability to see why staff didn't move forward, and then council can make a decision if they so choose to go in a different direction. So that's just some examples, but I'll turn it over to the clerk.
Deputy Mayor, I was just going to expand on that a little bit in that even in our training with staff for report writing, there's a big emphasis on ensuring that engagement is properly documented and captured and happening. and that in the analysis section of reports, that is where that belongs. How have you engaged the public? What mechanisms have you done? Where you've received feedback, how is that being presented to council to make an informed decision? And there is a big push for that through this process, really trying to understand what part of these advisory committees are community engagement and need to move into a more community engagement focused process versus perhaps what is truly an advisory committee that needs to continue to exist and perhaps advise council on a specific topic or framework.
Thank you for that clarity. I'll take back the chair. So at this point, we have no further speakers on the Emergency Community Services Committee report. There has been a request to separate out 8.2 for a itemized vote on that one. So we'll go with that first and then we'll do with the body of the report. Councillor Taddison? 8.2, yeah. So the 8.2 has been defeated inside of the minutes. Clerk, if you could just clarify now. The report originally was calling for the transition of the Veterans Community Liaison Committee report to the Heritage Resource Management section. To be approved. And so with council now voting to defeat that motion, where do we stand?
I think at this point we would need some further direction from council as to what they'd like us to do next, whether that is for staff to come back with additional options. Is it a change to what was presented or a new format? That is essentially at this point we would require some direction.
Okay, so council members, we need to provide staff and therefore the Veterans Committee with some clarity around next steps and how to proceed. It is, I will just recognize, October 8th. Remembrance Day is on November 11th. Really concerned about any delays for our committee and staff to be able to proceed with the work. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. I think I'm going to suggest the first half, but some folks who voted in the negative may need to help fill in the blanks on what they're looking for. But I think the question is ultimately a decision, it seems like in part, between status quo or what's proposed with potentially amendments to either to justify, like to support concerns around, say, reporting or minute taking are the two concerns that I heard. Recruitment was something else mentioned. And so I guess I'm wondering, is this something where we can ask the committee to provide feedback on, I heard some preferences, maybe more something a little bit more status quo versus the change, and hearing from the committee their preference moving forward. I think I'm just trying to understand what we're looking for as a body to get to a consensus decision or a majority decision on this. And it seems like asking the committee to weigh in would be helpful.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Next up, we have the mayor.
Thanks very much. I was going in the same direction as Councillor Alex Wilson. One of the things I think that we sometimes forget is that veterans have their own opinions on what they want to do and how they want to move forward. My understanding from the discussion is that, in fact, this was something that they wanted. You know, it reminds me of when, and I've seen this many times, even at our own table, actually, when people bring things forward saying this is what veterans want, which is, here's the example, that Remembrance Day is a day off for the kids at school. Veterans don't want that, but politicians think veterans want that. And so it comes up over and over again, and then veterans over and over again tell us that's not what they want, because they want kids to be in school and make sure that they're understanding through the educational curriculum the history of Canada's participation in various conflicts in history. So I would just say this. I think the respectful thing to do here is to actually hear from the veterans themselves, and whether that's at committee or where, it doesn't really matter, except for us to acknowledge that they have their own voices. And if they have been saying that they want to go to more of a liaison type of group that helps organize events, then who are we to tell them that that's not what they want to do? So I would just say that that's what we need to do, have a process by which they can come and tell us themselves if we don't believe that the engagement thus far with them is reflective of the recommendation that was just defeated. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next up, we have second time Councillor Jackson on this item.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan. What I would humbly suggest are two things. Number one, if the Climate Change Advisory Committee, as I suggested earlier, that we heard this past Friday at the Seniors Advisory Committee, we were informed they'd like to maintain status quo for the term of council. Seniors Advisory passed a motion unanimously. The volunteers on the Seniors Advisory did. I had no vote on it. I never do. They have passed a motion that they would like to stay status quo. I would humbly suggest then, in consultation with the veterans that were part of the former Veterans Committee, including past Chair Mike Rehill, that we possibly bundle them together if they wish to maintain the previous status quo they had as reporting regularly to the ECS committee. I would suggest we bundle that with the Seniors Advisory Committee formal motion. They'll come to clerks, along with the Climate Change Advisory Committee. In the meantime, with a month away to Remembrance Day celebrations, commemorations, services, I would humbly suggest staff continue to work as they always do with the veterans and the leadership of the veterans, and to ensure that nothing will be delayed, postponed, that nothing will at all impede the work towards all the great Remembrance Day commemorations that this community does, working with veterans across the board. That would be my two suggestions. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Okay, I'm just hearing dialogue around the table so far. No direction has been tabled. So in the discussion, as I opened it up to seek council's consensus on where we go next in terms of providing staff direction, next up we have Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. If I may be so bold, I saw the clerk's hand go up, and I would appreciate hearing from the clerk in advance of my comments, which will just alert you to very much in line with the mayor's, but please.
Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to advise that the group is continuing to work through the current commemorative events happening this year, that won't change by virtue of any of this.
Thank you. This is somewhat awkward. We've had consultation. We've been advised, and now we're negating that consultation is my read on it. So as a member of this body, I don't think it's appropriate for us to direct otherwise. So my question through the chair to perhaps whomever the most appropriate person on staff might be, when is the next regular meeting of the entity, please? Does anyone know?
Not sure if we have an answer to that one, Deputy Mayor. We can, we're going to look it up. We'll be able to have it hopefully in a moment. Perhaps if I may, while we're thinking, part of the direction that I think we would want as staff is I completely agree with the comments, and that we do need to work with the committee themselves as well as the staff responsible for it. I think overall the point of anything that is quote unquote event planning, and I don't want to minimize any of the work that's happening, considering that or stating that that's all this is. It's much more than that. But what is truly volunteerism to assist in the commemorating events being separate from the advocacy role. And if this group has a desire to maintain an advisory committee, perhaps its direction to bring back a new or revised terms of reference for that advisory body and what it could look like, separating out any of the volunteer pieces that would be the event part. We have October 28th is the next meeting.
So what I've heard is there's, as a consequence of this stalemate, lack of direction, it's not going to inadvertently damage any of the work that is being done and will be done in preparation for and at November the 11th. Is that what I'm hearing through the chair to the clerk? Because that's fundamentally important for this community.
Yeah, Counselor, there was embedded inside of the initial recommendation that has now been defeated was to have the transition take place after November 12th to avoid any impacts on the City of Hamilton's remembrance and commemoration activity. So I would suggest that anything that's coming forward now as recommendations or direction to staff be something along the lines of that staff report back on the terms of reference recommendations for the Hamilton Veterans Committee with their direct input in a manner that does not impact the City of Hamilton's 2025 remembrance and commemoration activities. That's the best that I can do on the fly based on what I've heard. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, and I would imagine that meeting on the 28th of October would be very stressful. So however this is worded, I think the action can only be informed by going back to the very people who told us what they wanted. So however you work your magic in that, it's understood. Nothing can happen until after the 11th of November, but it must be, there must be continued and repeated engagement. That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers list has expanded. Next up, we have Councillor Crutch, then Councillor Clark.
My understanding is that Council approved the process of transitioning a number of advisory committees to community liaison groups, that there'd still be an advocacy component as part of that. So I'm trying to understand procedurally where we're at here. Council already made a decision that we were going to do this, and now we're saying we're not going to do it case by case, but we already put the cases in the original motion. The original motion has literally listed each individual advisory committee and exactly the path that that advisory committee is on. And so I'm trying to understand what that consultation looks like. Well, not that. Like, that's up for the clerk to decide if it should be reconsideration. I don't know if it should or shouldn't be, but I'm saying that we're here to approve the specific plans, which is what the motion directed, right? But we can't do something that would go against the original motion that council approved. So here's what I'm trying to suggest. That within that scope, and having heard the feedback from people today, we go back to the veterans folks and re-engage with them and get them to come back with a staff liaison and staff to work back with some recommendations. And that, like, I'm just going to implore everybody here that we focus on the Veterans Committee when it comes back here and what the recommendations are specific to what they want, and not make this about any other committee. We're going to do it one by one, as the original motion said. Council approved that, one by one. So we come here, we talk about veterans, and we hear from them again. They take our feedback into consideration, staff bring back a report, and we look at that. That's going to be the motion I propose that to deal with this and save some time today, because we're not going to get anywhere here today by talking about this for an extended period of time.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
In the spirit of collaboration, I might suggest that we direct that the committee minutes, which are being taken, as far as I understand, for every one of these committees, that those committee minutes with any recommendations come to council in a document, whether or not it's an information report or otherwise. It needs to come here for transparency. It cannot stay in the back halls of City Hall. So if we can find a way that their report, that their recommendations come directly to GIC as an information report, as a committee information report, I'm sorry if it's stressing the clerks, but this is what is missing. This is what many people around the table said last time. It's about transparency. You want to switch it to a liaison committee? Fine. You want to put it back in the hands of staff instead of having it as a public meeting? Fine. But the collaborative approach has to be that their report, their recommendations come back here.
Okay, appreciating everybody's comments. Clerk, in terms of next steps, direction to staff, would it be We do have a speakers list. Sorry, the names aren't updated in front of me. Councillor Crutch.
I'm only just trying to make sure that I had a motion I was trying to put forward as a mover. I didn't have a seconder for that motion. You didn't call for
Oh,
one?
you are putting forward a motion?
Yeah, I'm saying
Okay.
that, like, taking into consideration what Councillor Clark said, what Councillor Jackson, what everybody here said today, right? Going back to the Veterans Group and having staff come back with a further recommendation to address the concerns that were raised today seems like a way to go forward here, to make sure that we're doing the job that we said in the original motion, which is before we make a final approval, we consult with the group itself again, right? So going back to them and just talking to them, bringing this here and having it come back here, so you can see in writing if the things that you're asking for is there, that everybody can see in writing if the things they're asking for will be there. I was happy to let Councillor Clark speak. I was just saying that there was a motion there, looking for a seconder, so we can move forward with this, if anyone wants to
Okay.
second that.
Anybody prepared to second Councillor Crutch's motion? Councillor McMeekin, to the clerk, do you have that language-ish?
We can cobble something together. Essentially, that staff be directed to consult with the Veterans Committee on the, oh, sorry, we have it sent to me in a better format than my brain will put together at the moment.
Just appreciating that not everybody is a verbal processor. Some of us need to see things on screen. And so if we could just slow the process down a little bit and the proposed language can go up onto the screen. And this is also in respect to the fact that we're moving direction on the fly, which is also a challenge governance-wise. So if we could just get it documented for the public.
So that staff be directed, and I can put this on the screen, the staff be directed to consult with the Hamilton Veterans Committee to review and resubmit revised terms of reference to the Emergency and Community Services Committee to address concerns raised by Council on October 8th, 2025, including transparency and reporting back following the planning and execution of the 2025 Remembrance Day commemorations.
Did everybody hear that, or does anybody need to see that on the screen? Councillor Wilson, thank you. Coming up onto the screen momentarily. There we go. That staff be directed to consult with the Hamilton Veterans Committee to review and resubmit revised terms of reference to the Emergency and Community Services Committee to address the concerns raised by Council on October 8th, 2025, including matters of transparency and reporting back to Council following the planning and execution of the 2025 Remembrance Day commemorations. That was moved by Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Now the speakers list on this motion. Councillor Clark.
Councillor Jackson will truly appreciate this. Not to be pedantic, is it possible that we could simply remove the words matters of? We're really talking about transparency, so including transparency and reporting back to council. That is what I have seen as the key issue. And we as a council has taken that on as one of our priorities, so we need to follow through. Thank you.
Thank you. To the mover, friendly? Yep, accepted. Any other speakers on the motion? Councillor Maureen Wilson, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just on that very item, appreciative of Councillor Clark, but it's still, it speaks to concerns being plural, and therefore it suggests that there is some sort of consensus on the behalf of council that there are concerns. I'm still not clear on what those are, save and except for an issue of a transparency, which is a reporting item. So further amendment to address or to uphold the goal of transparency, because in and of itself, I'm not sure what the concerns are. Thank you.
As the mover, that's fine with me, as the goal of transparency raised by council could be added there. That's what I'm just listening to the overhearings here. Goal of transparency raised by council. And I'm sure that if required, the clerks can allow this portion of the meeting to be played for the Veterans Committee so they can hear the concerns directly and then make their own interpretation, and staff can do the same. I'm sure they can figure it out. Talented bunch of folks. But yeah.
Okay, so the revised, friendly amended motion is before council. Speakers list is exhausted. If you could please vote. And that carries. Thank you. And now on to the balance of the Emergency and Community Services Committee report. Minutes. The gerbils in the background on eScribe. Vote is coming up. And that carries, thank you. On to item 7.5, which is our Planning Committee meeting from October 3rd, 2025. Councillor Taddison, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Beatty, that PLC 25-013, being the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on Friday, October 3rd, 2025, be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and that the following correspondence be received. Correspondence from Heather Gregerson respecting minute item 7.1, report PED 25244. Correspondence from Matt Johnson, Principal, and Matthew LeBlanc, Planner, Urban Solutions, respecting report PED 23069. And correspondence from Sarah Knoll, Vice President, Hamilton GSP Group, respecting minute item 8.5, report PED 24173A.
Thank you, and you did mention your seconder, right, Councillor Taddison?
Yes, Councillor Beatty.
Thank you very much. Okay, council members, the report is on the table. First up, we have Councillor Kretsch, followed by Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak briefly to 8.5, Roman numeral 4, or IV. Basically, just wanted to hear from either Anita or Emily, whose titles I don't have memorized. Apologies. Sometimes they shift. And hear from them specifically about the correspondence that's there and about how we're going to be approaching this, because a motion was put forward at Planning Committee, for those that don't know, by myself and Councillor Maureen Wilson, to amend the tract on Upper James there to include this one use that's not going to be institutional anymore, so they're part of the plan. And the goal there, just to summarize it and make it comprehensible for those who were not there, is it's going to shorten dramatically the planning timeline for the developer so they can actually get forward with it. So what we did was I'm just using general language here, so apologies if it's not specific, and you can correct me, Anita. We're including them in the group that'll have talk zoning. And maybe you could speak to Anita to clarify what's going to happen, just to make sure we address the concerns in the letter.
Good morning, Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. That's correct, Councillor. So the ask from the applicant was to include these lands to permit 12 stories. Staff did review that ask and can support the additional height in this location, and the draft zoning bylaw has been updated to include these lands and to permit a height of 12 stories.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, because that was the only outstanding issue, was whether or not it would be included with the rest of the properties. And just for those who weren't there, the reason it wasn't originally included is because it had a former institutional use. And so there were a bunch of institutional uses. I believe it was schools and other functions. Those are all going to remain with their same institutional use. This is not. The owner's not going to carry on the institutional use. So they came forward and said, hey, this is not really going to be an institutional use going forward, so can we please be included with everybody else? And so we're doing this to, again, expedite the timeline. Otherwise, it would require them to go through various planning procedures to get past that. So this is going to help development happen quicker and bring housing more quickly to the area. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan. I just wanted to request a separate vote on 12.2, please. Don't need to speak to it. Just to deal with appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for 2876 Upper James Street.
Okay, documented separate vote on 12.2. Councillor Taddison on the same report.
Just some comments on the report from 7.2, the minutes of the Ag and Rural Committee. Basically, just for public consumption, want it noted that Hamilton is approximately 79% rural farmland, green space, woodlots, lakes, ponds, creeks, and streams. However, our rural businesses were at a disadvantage as they did not qualify for provincial rural grants. Now, through 3 years of delegations at Roma, accompanied by OFA President Drew Spolstra and fellow councillors Wang, Beatty, and M. Wilson, and on behalf of rural businesses in Hamilton, I'm happy to note that rural Hamilton farms and businesses in area codes LOR, LOP, and NOB are now able to apply for a provincial rural funding stream called the Rural Ontario Development Grant. Rural businesses are available to apply for up to $10,000 on a limited basis. This helps our rural farmers and businesses compete on par with neighboring jurisdictions. Please note that we are not finished. We will be advocating for more of our rural areas to be included at this year's Roma conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that exhausts our speakers list on the planning minutes. So we are now at the separated item of 12.2. Thank you. That carries. On to the balance of the report. Are we waiting for anyone in particular? It's coming through? Okay, it carries. Thank you. And now it says here that we are looking to suspend the rules with respect to notice provision. If I could get clarity here. Got it. 7.6 for the Hamilton Renewable Power Inc. shareholders meeting on October 6, 2025. Councillor Huang, are you prepared to do that virtually? Thank you.
Yes. So actually, I may need to ask DC Pilon. I have language here about bringing forward the motion of the HRPI shareholder meeting, but the next section that you have in the email says that I should be providing the minimum of 2 days. So should I be doing that? Section 5.8 bracket 3, is that the one I should be reading forward?
Through the deputy mayor. Sorry, no, those are all separate motions.
Okay, so should I bring?
Come up next.
Sorry, say that again, please.
The suspending the rules will be the next motion that you do.
Okay.
Under the Hamilton Renewable Power.
Okay, so that section moved by myself, and I'll have to ask you, Chair, for seconded by Councillor Nan, that section 5.83 of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, which provides a minimum of 2 days shall pass before the minutes of a standing committee, the selection committee, or other committees that report directly to council is presented to council to provide adequate opportunity for review, be suspended in order to consider the minutes of the selection committee of agencies, boards, subcommittees meeting held on Tuesday, October 7th, and the Hamilton Renewable Power. I think that's, I'm trying to do this.
Councillor Huang, I'm just going to hold you there for a moment, because first up, we're going to have you move and second the motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Hamilton Renewable Power Inc. shareholders minutes of October 6, 2025. So that's what's moved by you and seconded by me. So we'll pause there. Any discussion on that, on those minutes? Seeing none, it's before committee for an electronic vote, please, and then we'll move to suspending the rules for the selection committee. Thank you, and that carries. Next up, Councillor Huang, you're moving a motion to suspend the rules respecting the notice of provision to introduce the minutes of the selection committee for agencies, boards, and subcommittees held on October 7th. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Huang on that one? Thank you, Councillor Alex Wilson. And that will require a 2/3 majority vote in order for us to consider those minutes. That carries. Thank you. Now, if Councillor Kasara, if you could please put forward those minutes.
Certainly, it's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson, that SABC 25-007 being the minutes of the selection committee for agencies, boards, and subcommittees meeting held on Tuesday, October 7th, 2025, item 7.7, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Any discussion on the selection committee? Seeing none, it's before committee for a vote. And that carries. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Nan. I think I'm still within the 5-minute rule, but I made a wrong vote on one of these things less than 5 minutes ago. I just want to change my vote, which I think is the rule. If you do it within 5 minutes, you can correct the
Which item are you talking about? We're on item 7. Moving on to 7. We are completing 7.7. So are you talking
when
about
Councillor
emergency
Kasar asked for a separate vote, I intended to vote no and I voted yes. That's all.
Going back to planning committee, item 12.2.
Yep.
We'll have to retake the vote.
Sorry about that, everyone.
That carries. Thank you. Okay. So just to clarify, Councillor Huang, we did already do the power.
I thought that we just moved to accept them. Oh, got it. Thank you. Sorry.
Got you covered, Councillor.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Onwards to motions. 9.1 is appointments as standing committees for the 2022-2026 term of council. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Kassar that Councillor R. Cooper be appointed to the following standing committees for the remainder of the 2022-2026 term of council. I, Audit, Finance and Administration Committee. II, Planning Committee. III, Public Works Committee. IV, General Issues Committee. And V, General Issues Committee Budget. Noting ECS will miss you. And B, that Councillor Esther Pauls be appointed to the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee for the remainder of the 2022 to 2026 term of council.
Thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, it's before committee to vote. And that carries. Thank you. Okay, on to item 9.2, which is the resignation from Hamilton Police Services Board. Councillor Huang, could you please present your motion?
Thank you, Councillor. Chair, moved by myself. I think I don't have a seconder for this one, so I may ask Mayor Horwath will second that council accept Mayor Andrew Horwath's resignation from the Hamilton Police Services Board effective immediately.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any speakers? Councillor Clark?
I think it would be appropriate for council to thank the mayor for her service on the Police Service Board. It is a large responsibility, and the mayor has many, many large responsibilities. I think she served on the board with dignity, and she continues to serve the municipality of Hamilton with dignity. So I do want to thank her for her service on that board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Councillor Pauls?
I too want to thank the mayor as a fellow member. I want to say I really appreciated her understanding of the police board and all that. And I know that she has a larger budget to look after, our city budget, so I understand. I know that, you know, she tries to be everywhere to do all the city things that she has to do. She looks after the whole city. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your work, and thank you your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that exhausts the speakers list, and it's before committee for vote. And that carries. Thank you. On to 9.3, which is appointment to the Hamilton Police Services Board. We require one member of council to be appointed to the Hamilton Police Services Board, and we have 2 members of council interested in being appointed, and council will need to vote on 1 representative out of 2. So in order to do that, I'm going to turn over to Clerk Trenum to please provide council with the process clarity in order to do so.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So members of council, you will vote in open session to fill the 1 position on the Police Services Board. The candidates' names momentarily will be displayed on the screen. Once we review the processes, of course, we can confirm whether or not any other names are to be added to that, and we will ask for a motion, or we will ask if there's any other additional names. Anyway, we will then hold that vote. If we remain with only the 2 names, the individual who receives the majority of votes will be appointed. If in the event of a tie, we will retake the vote. If at that point we are still tied, we will draw a name from a hat, and that individual would then be appointed. The process for the vote, I will go around the horseshoe, reading the names of the members, and I will ask you how you will vote. You will select one of the 2 names displayed on the screen, unless there are additional names after. If we have more than 2, what we will do is we will vote. If an individual does not receive the majority of votes, the person with the fewest votes will be dropped, and we will vote again with the 2 remaining.
Okay. Thank you. So clarifying questions by council members on the process that Clerk Trenum just outlined. Councillor McMeekin?
Yes, the process is clear. Thank you, Clerk.
Okay.
Suggestion, this is a very important position. There are two candidates who have views which I think the public ought to be aware of. And in that regard, I would like to offer the suggestion that each candidate be given up to 5 minutes to share with us their vision of why they want to be on the Police Services Board and any other information that they think might be valuable prior to council making a decision. If 5 minutes is too long, even a couple of minutes would be helpful.
Over to the clerk.
If there are no objections, there's nothing procedurally to prevent it. That would be allowed.
Okay, does that require a vote or just a no objection situation?
No, no vote required. The two individuals would be welcome to, just as if they were joining the speakers list, speak to the appointment.
Got it. Okay. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan. Can we please have a vote on what Councillor McMeekin has suggested? Because I don't know if the two candidates were aware in advance. I'm not comfortable on their behalf unless they both eagerly stand up and say, Tom, I'm ready to give a robust 5-minute speech. So I'd like to have a vote on Councillor McMeekin's suggestion because I'm against it. Thank you.
Absolutely, Chair. We can hold a vote.
Fascinating day. Okay, so yeah, procedurally it just feels a little funny. All right, so it's moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by, we'll need a seconder. I'll second it, Councillor McMeekin, for you, to give the candidates on behalf of council putting their name forward to serve on the Police Services Board an opportunity to speak prior to the vote. Councillor Cassar on the motion.
What I've heard so far, in my understanding of process, is they each have an opportunity to speak now, do they not? So I just don't understand. Yeah.
Just to clarify, yes, Councillor Cassar, whether or not this vote goes forward, they do have the opportunity to speak.
Just wanted to clarify.
It is on the table, and whether or not this motion goes forward, if it gets defeated, they do have the opportunity to speak should they choose to take it.
Thank you.
In which case, then I could rule the motion out of order. Yeah. Okay. So I think I'll just do that. Thank you. Just got to flex that deputy mayor moment as chair. Thank you. Onwards. Okay. Back into the process. It's been clarified. Any other clarifying questions around the process? Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
No, in fact, I appreciate your ruling, and if either one of those candidates are interested in shedding some light on their interest in running, they have the opportunity, rather serving, they have the opportunity to do so. That's correct, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's no further clarifying questions or process questions, so we'll go in alphabetical order. Councillor Clark, would you like to address council?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I don't believe I'll hit 5 minutes. I'm offering to serve on the Police Service Board. I believe the Police Service Board is one of the most important boards that serve the people of Hamilton in this council. Board members have a fiduciary function through the Community Safety and Policing Act. As a board member, I would have no difficulty speaking truth to power. I am a critical thinker. I'm fiscally minded. I am respectful, civil, and pragmatic. I listen to everyone. I am collaborative. And while I may speak quietly, I most certainly am informed of my own research and staff advice. And I would be honored to serve council on the Police Service Board.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think my interest to serve on the police board was stated very early in this term. I think I'm not going to tell people around this horseshoe or the public how I behave or what I stand for. I think I've done that through my actions over the last 3 years. I am a supporter of the police. I think the police is important because they keep our community safe, keep our residents safe. But in saying that, I think everyone here and in the public have seen my commitment to my questions around a budget. I will have those same sorts of approaches at the police board as I do here, always looking out for the best interests of the residents from a safety standpoint and also from a finance standpoint. So if I am elected and appointed today, I would really appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to the work that'll come with it. Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, so over to you, Clerk.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, we will proceed with the vote. Do the members, would you like me to place the names back on the screen? Just confirming. Councillor M. Wilson.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Cretch.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Beatty.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor Nan.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Taddison.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor Wang.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Francis.
Councillor Spatafora.
Mayor Horvath.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Kassar.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Jackson.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor A. Wilson.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Pauls.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor Spatafora.
Myself.
Councillor Cooper.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor McMeekin. Deputy Mayor, that brings us to a tie with 8 votes to each. According to our procedures, we can hold the vote again. I'll leave it to you if anybody wishes to speak on the interim or if you would like to call the vote.
Okay. Nobody's indicating that they want to speak, so we'll do the vote again.
So having tied 8-8, we will call the vote a second time. Councillor M. Wilson.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Cretch.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Beatty.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor Nan.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Taddison.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor Wang.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Francis.
Councillor Spatafora.
Mayor Horvath.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Kassar.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Jackson.
I'll stay consistent. Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor A. Wilson.
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Pauls.
Second time, Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor Cooper.
Councillor Spatafora.
Councillor McMeekin. And again, Deputy Mayor, that brings us to a tie. As we are tied twice, we will now move to our follow-up, which is to draw names from a hat. If you give me one moment. At present, I have forgotten to bring my hat. So do bear with me while I come up with solution B. It's okay, I got this. The sorting pencil case. Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you. Okay. May I please have a motion to appoint Councillor Spadafora to the Hamilton Police Services for the remainder of the term? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Thank you both. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, it's before committee for vote. And that carries. Thank you and congratulations, and look forward to your service on the board, Councillor Spadafora. On to our next item, which is 9.4, Hamilton Conservation Authority Board of Directors. And before we do that, thank you both, Councillor Clark and Spadafora, for putting forward your names. 9.4 is a motion for, nope. Go.
Pardon me, Councillor Nan.
Go ahead.
We just need to proceed with the declaration of appointed office.
Thank you.
So if we'll call Councillor Spadafora to the podium.
To the delegates podium?
Yes, please.
Okay, over there.
Councillor, so this is the declaration of appointed office. I'll just ask you to please read.
I, Michael Spadafora, solemnly swear that I will be loyal to His Majesty the King and to Canada, and that I will uphold the Constitution of Canada, and that I will, to the best of my ability, discharge my duties as a member of the Hamilton Police Service Board faithfully, impartially, and according to the Police Service Act and any other act and any other regulation, rule, or bylaw.
Councillor, do you make this solemn declaration conscientiously believing it to be true, knowing it is the same force and effect as if made under oath?
I do.
Could you just sign there? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're on 9.4. My apologies. I totally skipped over an entire page earlier. Councillor Francis, if you could please present your motion on the Hamilton Conservation Authority.
It's a tough act to follow there, but it's moved by myself, second by Councillor Cassar. Hamilton Conservation Authority Board of Directors resignation, whereas Brian McCaddy notified the Hamilton Conservation Authority of the resignation on September 29, 2025, and whereas the resignation creates a vacancy on the Hamilton Conservation Authority Board of Directors. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that Brian McCaddy's resignation from the Hamilton Conservation Authority Board of Directors be received, and B, that the selection committee for agency boards and subcommittees be requested to fill the vacancy on the Hamilton Conservation Authority Board of Directors.
Thank you. On the speakers list, we have Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to take the opportunity, not as just as the Ward 9 councillor, but as the chair of the Hamilton Conservation Authority, to thank Brian McCaddy, former councillor Brian McCaddy, for his service on the Conservation Authority Board. He has a significant legacy here in Hamilton. He served on Hamilton Council. He served on the HCA board at the time as an elected member. He was the chair of that board at the time. I knew him well. I worked with him well. We did an awful lot of work with securing property for future conservation areas, diverse conservation programming that he helped us to put in place. He's a very smart fellow and has served many, I would say, environmental agencies, not just conservation agencies. And he brought that wealth of experience and knowledge to the board and to the staff. He will be missed. He's moving to British Columbia, and we wish him well in his endeavors there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Councillor Clark as the Chair of the Hamilton Conservation Authority recognizing this great member. I would like to lean into my prerogative. Mr. McHattie served the residents of Ward 1, I believe, from 2003 to 2014. He did so with honor and distinction, and perhaps was always ahead of his time in recognizing the importance of the natural environment to our well-being, but also to as an asset in the way in which cities grow, shape, and move. I wish him all the very best. Every councillor who followed him had big shoes to fill, and I continue to try and do my best to do that, and I appreciate his service. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved in second. Oh, Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Chair. Just picking up on Councillor Wilson's comments, they are indeed big shoes to fill, and I think she's filling them well. I appreciate her comments. I've known Mr. McHattie for 30 years, I think. Wonderful guy, in addition to being probably one of the keenest and greenest advocates that I've ever known. He was a mentor to me when I had the honor of working at Queen's Park. He always took time to update the government of the day with concerns about conservation and all things Greenbelt and what have you. He was a mentor to me, and I appreciate his steadfast advocacy and wise counsel. So I wish him well as he moves to BC. I think he'll be a blessing out there. It's a very environmentally sound government, I'm told, and it'll be even sounder when he arrives and gets engaged. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And that exhausts our speakers list, and it's before committee for vote. Electronic, please. Thank you, and that carries. On to 9.6, appointments to shareholder and sole voting member groups, agency boards, and tribunals for, my bad, 9.5. Back it up. Why do I keep moving forward on the agenda? 9.5 is 395 Mohawk Tenants Association Committee 2025 Thanksgiving Dinner and the 2025 Christmas Dinner. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say how proud I am from 395 Mohawk Senior Committee. We have two wonderful, wonderful seniors who really look after all the people that live there. It's city housing. And they're named Bev and Lynn. They've been friends of mine. I've been going there for every Thanksgiving dinner since I got elected, and it's wonderful. So after Councillor Jackson, who does such a great job about his seniors and how he loves his senior, he had a motion. I thought, I'm going to see what they need. And I offered them to pay for all of it. And they said, why can we just pay a little bit for Thanksgiving and a little bit for Christmas? And I thought, how wonderful. So I thought $500 for Thanksgiving. And you think of Thanksgiving with a grateful heart. And I thought those seniors had a grateful heart by saying, yes, we could pay a little bit. We can pay some. But if you could help us with a Christmas as well, $500. And both of them are time to really celebrate life, really, Thanksgiving and Christmas. So I won't read the motion. I'll just read the therefore. For this one-time exception, the maximum noted in the policy and guidelines for eligible expense to elected official be waived, that an upset limit of $1,000 be allocated from the Ward 7 operating budget Department ID 30045 to the 395 Mohawk Senior Committee to pay half the cost of both Thanksgiving dinner and Christmas dinner on Friday, October 10th, 2025, and Friday, December 19, 2025, respectively, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and auxiliary documents with such terms and condition in a form of satisfaction to the city solicitor. So my seconder is Councillor Tom Jackson, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Pauls. And to clarify, this is a City Housing Hamilton building. And if you could just clarify, the motion references a tenants association, and then your therefore be it resolved is actually going to a seniors committee. So if you could just clarify that.
Yes.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Any other speakers on this? Seeing none, then it's before committee for vote. That carries. Thank you. On to 9.6 now, which is the appointment to shareholders and sole voting members, group agency boards and tribunals for the remainder of the term. Councillor Clark, if you could please present your motion and your seconder.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Nan. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Cameron Kretsch. Appointments to shareholder and sole voting member groups or agencies, boards, and tribunals for the 2022 to the 2026 term of council revised. A, that Councillor R. Cooper be appointed to the following shareholder sole voting member groups for the remainder of this term of council: City Housing Hamilton Corporation, Hamilton Enterprise Holding Corporation, Hamilton Renewable Power Inc. shareholder, Hamilton Street Railway shareholder, Hamilton Utilities Corporation shareholder, sole voting members of the Hamilton Farmers Market, sole voting member of the Hamilton Tourism Development Corporation. B, that the city solicitor be directed to prepare the appropriate bylaws and any ancillary documents as may be required to give effect to the council member appointments to the shareholder sole voting member groups for the 2022 to the 2026 term of council as shown above in subsection A. Subsection C, that Councillor R. Cooper be appointed to the following agencies, boards, and tribunals for the remainder of the 2022-2026 term of council. I, the Hamilton Street Railway Board of Directors. D, that the council member appointments for the following boards for the remainder of the 2022-2026 term of council be approved. I, Art Gallery of Hamilton Board of Directors, Councillor Cooper. I, Greater Toronto Transportation Authority Board of Directors, Councillor Maureen Wilson. E, that the city solicitor be directed to prepare the appropriate bylaws or any ancillary documents as may be required to give effect to the council member appointments to the agencies, boards, and tribunals for the 2022-2026 term of council as shown above in subsections C and D. And F, that the following council members be appointed to the Development Charges Act and Education Act complaints. Does it need a committee there, or is it just complaints? Okay, thank you. For the remainder of the 2022-2026 term of Councillor 1, Councillor R. Cooper, 2, Councillor Esther Pauls. That's everything.
Thank you for the reading into the record, Councillor Clark, and second by Councillor Kretsch. Any comments? Seeing none, it's before committee for a vote. That carries. Thank you. On to notices of motion. None have been received prior to today's meeting. Councillor Clark?
Yes, I do have a notice of motion. It will stay a notice of motion because I want the public to be able to comment on it.
Whereas the Minister of Education has recently notified the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board that the previously approved site for the Nash Neighborhood School is, quote, unsuitable, end quote, for school children. Whereas several hundred children live with their families within 3 kilometers of the GFL landfill and are experiencing these offensive odors daily. Given that the provincial government has deemed the Nash Neighborhood Future School site to be, quote, unsuitable, end quote, for students due to the persistent odors and the nuisance of almost 3 years, whereas residents are now questioning the suitability of living in their homes, several hundred of which are older than the landfill itself, whereas the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks charged GFL for only 3 administrative penalty odor complaints from 2023 out of several thousand over 3 years, whereas the ward's 9, 5, and 10 councillors can attest that these hydrogen sulfide odors have continued and were excessively strong, especially this past week. Be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council respectfully request that the Premier and his Cabinet direct the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks to begin the process to expedite the closure of this landfill. Thank you.
Thank you. So that remains as a notice of motion. It's not before committee for any more or council for any other conversation.
One other question. Since we can't receive delegates here at council, can this notice be referred to GIC?
It certainly
so that
can.
members of the public can participate in that and provide their thoughts, opinions, and experiences?
Yep.
Yep, through you, Deputy Mayor, we can do it that way. I'll just also note, though, when items do come to council, while somebody cannot be here in person to delegate, they're also welcome to submit written correspondence.
Perfect. So if, do I need a motion to refer it, or we can? Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, onwards. So that notice of motion will move to GIC. And now we're on to statements of members. So we'll use the usual process, which is if you can indicate via eScribe, and then we'll go through the list accordingly. Statements by members first. Item 11. First up is Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan. I have a few public service announcements. Senior Citizens of the Year Award is coming up real fast, Tuesday, October 14th, 5 p.m. This year at Carmen's, not Michelangelo's, where it traditionally has been for 25 years, due to the closure of the Michelangelo's Banquet Hall in the last 12 months, although word on the street is reopen for business, but in the meantime, Carmen's was gracious enough to open their doors. So the Senior Citizens of the Year Award, Tuesday, October 14th, 5 p.m. at Carmen's. I want to thank the Seniors Advisory Committee Chair Penelope Petrie and Program Manager Lisa Maychuk for organizing, as always, and preparing a great event. I know most of my colleagues and the Mayor do their best to attend, which is awesome because that means so much for the volunteers and especially for the nominees and for the Ultimate Academy Award winner. May I also, Deputy Mayor Nan, say it's a bit of sadness for me. Program Manager Lisa Maychuk. This will be her last senior award of the year that she will be organizing and preparing. She is retiring. This past Friday was her last meeting as Seniors Advisory Committee. Her last day with the corporation is October 31st. She is just a stellar, wonderful employee of our corporation who has a heart for seniors, great advocate, experienced, talented, with immense skills for the elderly and for older adults. And I first met Lisa, Deputy Mayor Nan, when she was working for us at Macassa Lodge. I'm going to guess about a good 20 years ago, and then transitioned from there over to Healthy and Safe Community Services, and has been the liaison to the Seniors Advisory Committee and the Hamilton Council on Aging as well for about the last 10, 12 years. Lisa, personally, politically, I'm going to miss you so much, but congratulations on a great career and all the best in the next chapter of your life. Secondly, the Deputy Mayor Nan, the Sons and Daughters of Italy fashion show is happening on Sunday, October 19th. I know Councillor Pauls and I have, and Councillor Spadafora, we've bought tickets for it, and it's going to be at Carmen's as well. It kind of wraps up the month of Festitalia, organized by a fundraiser extraordinaire. In my humble opinion, the best, but he is just an outstanding fundraiser. Pasquale Patticaria and his volunteer committee, they're going to probably have close to 500 people at Carmen's for the fashion show. Young children, students, young adults are involved in the fashion show. And it'll be raising money for two great charities, Keaton's House, the Paul Paletta Children's Hospice, as well as the Cancer Assistance Program. So Pat, congratulations. It's going to be an outstanding event and kind of wrapping up Festitalia month of September, Sunday, October 19th at Carmen's from noon to 4 p.m. Deputy Mayor Nan, quickly, I've got 2 town halls set for the City Housing Hamilton Seniors Complexes in my ward. I consider them my 2 flagship buildings in City Housing Hamilton's portfolio. 801 Upper Gage will be on Tuesday, November 4th from 9 a.m. to noon. I'm going to have city management staff with CEO Adam Swedlund there. So much has changed, as you know, President Nan. I'm proud to serve on your board. That a reorganization has been underway starting this week. So lots to share with the seniors at 801 Upper Gage, and always grateful to President Sue McTaggart and her Tenants Association for helping in prepare and get the lounge ready there. That'll be on Tuesday, November 4th from 9 to noon. And on Thursday, November the 6th, 2 days later at 1100 Limebridge Road East, the Trent Home, 9 a.m. to noon. Again, there will be an annual general meeting there for the seniors at that four-story complex at 1100 Limebridge Road East. And always want to thank Marlene Secor and the volunteer seniors there who helped to prepare and welcome. Again, CEO Adam Swedlund and the management to explain again what's been happening with the org chart and how we're moving forward, hopefully in a more positive and productive way and with additional staff that will be on site to serve our seniors. So that's Thursday, November 6th from 9 a.m. to noon at 1100 Limebridge. And I will be holding a town hall meeting sometime in November generally for the entire ward to discuss as many issues as possible. Lastly, Deputy Mayor Nan, and I know you've given me additional time. I thank you for your indulgence. I want to wish the entire residents, businesses, tenants of Ward 6 a very, very happy Thanksgiving. In my humble opinion, we're still in the best country in the world, and we are truly blessed. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Thank you. Next up, we have we have the mayor.
Thanks very much. Appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to be brief. A couple of the things that were already mentioned by Councillor Jackson were on my list to note as well, so I won't repeat. Just in terms of what's been happening the last little while, folks will have seen that prior to important ribbon cutting, if you will, at the Confederation Go Station, I had an opportunity to meet with the Premier and just wanted to ensure members of council that everything that I speak to the Premier about are things that we already have in the hopper, if you will, particularly through our advocacy work at AMO, etc. Unfortunately, we received a letter yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, from the Premier and addressing the 20 or so mayors who had asked for a reconsideration of the decision around the speed cameras, and the Premier was clear that he has no intention of changing his position. So just wanted to update folks with that correspondence that the 20 of us received. The Confederation Go Station is fantastic. It's a great new link that links, our commuters from to points beyond east and west, and of course brings people into our city as well. And so Councillor Francis was at that announcement as well, or at that ribbon cutting, if you will, and it was quite a thing to celebrate. Looking forward to seeing more mass transit investments here in our city. And my understanding from meeting with the chair of Metrolinx, the premier has also identified he wants to see the LRT project moving forward as quickly as possible. There's some milestones happening, as we know, on that project, but I'm going to just continue to keep pushing to see that project realize. Groundbreaking at East Kiwanis Nonprofit Homes took place. You know, it was interesting to be there at yet another groundbreaking, another ribbon cutting. We're having a lot of success in terms of our partners, including City Housing Hamilton, and their bringing of new units online. And it was good to see Councillor Pauls there, who was very vocal about her support for housing. And I'm glad to hear that, because one of the biggest solutions that we need is more affordable housing in the city. And having the CEO of Hamilton East Kiwanis, Brian Sibley, actually almost be moved to tears, actually, indicating that this is the first time since the 90s that they've been able to open new units. We're doing something right in the city, and I just value those partnerships so much. Sacagawea had a groundbreaking as well. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend that one, but again, the dedication of Sacagawea and our city's housing secretariat staff, as well as all of the other partners, we're really making a dent on the affordable housing scene. And that's because this council supported a roadmap that talked about investment and sustainability. And that roadmap led to the secretariat, which is doing the non-politicized hard work of partnering with our local providers and others to see projects being built. So that's something to celebrate. Also, I wanted to acknowledge the 30th anniversary of the Seniors Awards. Glad to have heard Councillor Jackson talk about where and when that's happening, but there was actually a recent celebration of a reunion, identifying that there's been now 30 years of recipients of that important award. You know, I always say that volunteers make the world go round, and certainly volunteers, many volunteers are senior citizens, and they bring to those volunteer roles such skill, such experience, such capacity and capability, such heart and soul, that we should always be grateful for what seniors bring in terms of their contributions in their volunteer roles. It's really great that the City of Hamilton celebrates them and has been doing so for 30 years. There are more things, obviously, that have happened. We saw the wind up, more or less, of Festitalia, but it's not quite over yet. But that's a good thing. At 50-year anniversary this year of Festitalia's activities, and the city wouldn't be the same without them. So congratulations to all involved, the board of directors, as well as the various clubs that have been involved, and the number of new events and activities that have been launched over the last couple of years is quite something else. I guess I would just end by saying, inviting all members of council to tune in tomorrow if you're available to show up. I don't know if there are any tickets left, but it's the Chamber of Commerce breakfast tomorrow morning, and the annual tradition of having the mayor address the chamber and other community leaders. So I'm looking forward to that in the morning. And finally, just want to appreciate Councillor Nan and her offer to chair the meeting today, as I've had some issues with well, let's just say my voice, and need to have that strong voice tomorrow morning for the address and the fireside chat that we'll be having at Leona Station. So thanks very much, all. I think everybody together makes this city a great place, and I'm proud to be working with you all to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. On to Councillor Francis, followed by Councillor Pauls, then Councillor Cooper, and then myself.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I want to address the GFL odor situation. Residents have been living with this stench for far too long. The smell travels for kilometers. It reaches homes, schools, entire neighborhoods, great distances away. And every time we're told it's under control, I'm telling you it's not under control. It's impacting myself. It's impacting my neighbor's health severely. We're down the mountain in an entirely different neighborhood with the windows and doors shut, and it's oppressive. It's in our homes, and it's beyond concerning at this point. And it's getting worse. And I'm sick and tired of GFL lying and downplaying the severity of this situation. I'm living this nightmare with my neighbors. The province needs to start listening, and GFL needs to start listening to these very real concerns. I'll be calling on the province and the ministry to step in and shut this operation down by way of the notice of motion that Councillor Clark is going to be moving at the next General Issues Committee meeting, and I will have a lot more to say about it at that point. I'll end by saying the longer this goes on, the more that this whole situation smells like shit.
On to Councillor Pauls.
How do I go forward after that?
Okay. We'll continue to use parliamentary language. There we go.
But I understand what he meant. Anyways, I just, I wanted to tell everybody, October 4th, this Saturday, I went to the Gandhi Peace Festival, and it was 33 annual Gandhi Peace. And I found it really inspiring. Our city motto is "Together we aspire, together we achieve," reinforces the importance of working together for a better, peaceful future for everyone. And I thought how true it is, even between us councillors, that, you know, working together is the best, the way we go. There was a sign that really spoke to me. It said, "Peace is the most powerful weapon of mankind." Peace. And I pray for peace every day, so that really touched me, and I enjoyed being there. I want to draw your attention to October 18th. It's going to be Step Up for Wayside. And I know most of the councillors know where I stand there. Our community is a community Men in Recovery. It supports recovery program and increases access to life-saving addiction treatment that helps change the life trajectory of fathers, brothers, sons, neighbors, and friends. And we started 7 years ago putting a little fun walk where everybody walks, and the people that are in that program, Men, walk. And it's been inspiring to me to see the success that people can go to a recovery and really, really recover. So on October 18th at 9 o'clock at the Pier 4, we're going to do a 5K walk. And I would love it if you have time to come. There's usually about 200-300 people there. And together we try to find solution. And I always supported Wayside. But I want to make your attention that Wayside right now have 25 live-in treatment beds and 30 supportive housing units across our community. They're looking forward to an expansion plan, and I'm looking forward to at 277 East Avenue North. This is a place, it's near the hospital, General Hospital, and it will help 50 residential treatment beds and 15 high acuity supportive housing units on the site with 24/7 support and close connection to treatment teams. I think our city should look more into this. We should look more where we could have our population with drug addiction or whatever addiction, that we can find them a place. So I'm looking forward to the walk on the 18th at 9 o'clock. And I'm also looking forward to the expansion. And I think it'll be a great day when they'll start doing it. I think that they're pending on the City of Hamilton approval. So I just wanted everybody to know that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Next up, we have Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just wanted to express my gratitude and what an honor it is to join everyone around this table. This is you know, working with esteemed colleagues around here, there's a number of people who have had a lifetime of service. And when you think of a calling, public service is one of the highest callings that you can have. And so when I look around this table and I see people have literally dedicated their life to Hamilton, Councillor Jackson, Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Clark, Mayor Horvath, it's a complete honor to be here with everyone and the many other esteemed colleagues around this table. You know, it's also an honor to be serving Ward 8 and bringing the issues that came up through the election to this table as we move forward. I was also privileged, and I thank the clerk as well for arranging everything this morning. A little more than half of my team was here today, and they're the people that were responsible for me winning, and so I want to recognize them as well, because you can't accomplish something like this without great people around you. So I appreciate they paused their day to come here and to do this. I appreciate all the accommodations that was made for them to experience this, and so great amount of gratitude on my part, and I thank everyone for the role they played this morning, and I look forward to working collaboratively with everyone around this table for, you know, really our common bond is our love for Hamilton and our belief in Hamilton. So I look forward to wonderful days ahead for Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is me. So actually four things that I wanted to touch on briefly. First one up is on October 18th through the 26th, welcoming everybody to Ward 3 at Gage Park at the Greenhouse for the 2025 Mum Show. This year, we're going to be stepping back into the world of color, creativity, and nature, and with a theme of Under the Sea. The ticket information is available on the city's website, hamilton.ca, and hoping to see many colleagues around the table, get an opportunity to come down to Ward 3 and check out this absolutely incredible display of our horticulture team and students as well, talent when it comes to the incredible displays that are put forward every year. Reminder, this is Ontario's largest and longest running chrysanthemum exhibition in the province. Number two, I also want to say thank you to our social and not-for-profit housing providers. We had a beautiful ceremony at the corner of Gage and Barton, where Sacagawea Not-for-Profit Indigenous Housing had a groundbreaking ceremony. And really, truly, it was good relations in action. Last term of council, there was a family who owned the property reach out to my office, and I feel like these kinds of opportunities are very rare in Ward 3, where folks who have property want to dispose of it for the greater good. And at that time, my office connected with some of our Hamilton is Home coalition partners to see what might be possible for affordable housing. And the great news is that it'll be turning into supportive Indigenous housing, though we remain waiting for the Ministry of Health to confirm the funding that's required for the supportive operating dollars to ensure that we're able to open the doors at the end of December in 2026 with all the wraparound supports that the tenants there will be in need of and deserving. Number three, I wanted to say thank you. Thank you to City Housing Hamilton and Hamilton Habitat for Humanity. Last week, board members and myself, as well as staff, had the opportunity to participate in our annual City Housing Hamilton Build Day. And that's where we get to roll up our sleeves as board members and staff and join the Habitat for Humanity team in providing some volunteer labor to repair City Housing Hamilton units. So we did so at Oriole Crescent. We had a great time. I have a new favorite power tool, in case anybody's wondering. It's a circular saw. Nailed it. Didn't have to cut twice, every single time. Nailed it. So watch out, world. Councillor Nan has a circular saw now. And finally, on the topic of automated speed enforcement, you know, it's really interesting that the mayor and so many others received response to the big city mayors and the coalition of mayors advocacy on behalf of our municipalities, directly writing to the premier, as our council directed the mayor to do, and so many other councils did as well. reading the response letter, which has been publicly shared among different councils, the Premier has said very clearly, no, literally said, no, no. And then right before that letter was circulated, there was a global news story that broke that was shared on radio as well as online, where vehicles registered to cabinet ministers were caught by automated speed cameras more than 20 times. And, one of them blew past an automated speed camera going 70 kilometers per hour in a 40 zone. And that one netted a $450 fine. And less than 3 weeks later, another vehicle registered to a cabinet minister was snapped going 65 kilometers per hour in a 40 kilometer zone. That one was given a $227 ticket. And 2 months after that, another ticket, this time $110 for driving 57 in a 40 kilometer zone. And those 3 offenses were in 2024 were not the only examples. There was countless more. The last report said that there was up to 23 tickets that were handed out by speed cameras to those vehicles that are assigned to cabinet ministers. And recognizing it's not always the minister themselves that are driving. Sometimes it is staff that are responsible for moving our ministers across the province safely. But over to Councillor Clark's invitation to the Premier about coming to check out where we've installed speed cameras in the past. Perhaps that conversation could also be a public accounting for this very, inappropriate, unsafe driving pattern that's being engaged by cabinet ministers in our province. With that said, we'll move on to our next speaker, who's Councillor Clark.
Well, I'm not sure how I can follow that up. Maybe the Premier wants to get rid of speed cameras because the province of Ontario can't afford the tickets, but we'll see what happens next. All kidding aside, I and my residents in Upper Stony Creek are beside themselves that the province of Ontario would make a decision that was, for all intents and purposes, without consultation to any municipality. Had the Premier spoken to this municipality, we could have shared the deaths that have occurred on Upper Centennial Parkway and why we were wanting to put a speed camera there. I think he would find it very enlightening. What's happening in Toronto is not happening everywhere else in the province. The City of Hamilton made prudent decisions in terms of how many speed cameras we have and how we spread them across the city. On another item, the minister's decision to remove the Nash Neighborhood School from the Nash Neighborhood by declaring it unsuitable. I want to say publicly, and I think I've done this once before, but I want it to be known, the City of Hamilton, this councillor, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Francis, are eager to help the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board in the finding of a new location. And I believe the City of Hamilton has agreed to work with the board and their staff to find either public or private properties that could be utilized in that case. So I thank the city manager and Grace Mader and all of the team for agreeing to do this process. I know it's not our process, but it's our kids. And so we need to make sure that we can work with them to find a location for those children to go to school. Lastly, I just want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, a loving Thanksgiving, And for those in Stony Creek, hopefully an odor-free Thanksgiving, other than the smell of roasting turkey or other accoutrements. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMeekin?
Yes, thanks, Chair. There's so much to pick up on. I want to just briefly, on speed cameras, remind those around the Horseshoe that the local school boards have expressed their concern, specifically around child safety, which Councillor Cassar so eloquently articulated earlier. This is serious business, and on the issue of the provincial cabinet ministers getting tickets, I just want to add, I sure hope there's none of our city vehicles who can be guilty of the same thing, but we'll just let that lie for the moment. I didn't make the Gandhi Peace Festival. I would have loved to have been there, but I was struggling with the death of a colleague and couldn't be there. But one of my constituents said to me something that I thought was quite profound. She suggested, Councillor, someone can bomb the world into pieces, but they can't bomb it into peace. And when I hear about the good work the Gandhi Festival is doing, I'm going to be forever reminded about that, particularly in these very troubled days. We've got some serious things happening. It's Thanksgiving on Monday, and I want to give thanks for three things. Members of Around the Horseshoe may not know this, but this is Ontario's Agricultural Week, celebrating farmers and the agri-food industry. It's a $36 billion contribution to the province's gross domestic product and employs some 814,000 Ontarians. It's the largest single contributor to Ontario's gross domestic product, the farmers and the agri-food food industry. So we celebrate farmers, we celebrate those who work on farms, migrants, and the industrial agribusiness generally. That's my first Thanksgiving. My second Thanksgiving is to our staff. We are in a very difficult situation in the ward, particularly in Waterdown, with the major work replacing the bridge over Grindstone Creek on Dundas Street, the busiest arterial road highway in our area. It's one way going east from 2 a.m. in the morning to 2 in the afternoon, people leaving town and opposite coming back from work. I want to thank Public Works, our transportation folk, and our police responding to the very chaotic situation that we faced with people not obeying the signs, traveling west when the traffic was only east, and on Parkside Road, which this council will recognize, I think I flagged it earlier, was declared by this council a safety zone. The traffic chaos there, not so much during rush hour because it's so slow, but off rush hour is very, very bad. And the Public Works and Transportation and our police who responded when the flag people weren't there to come out and guide the traffic and in so doing protect lives is really, really important. So I want to give thanks for that as well. And with that, I just want to generally wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. And I look forward to the smell of turkey at our place. God bless. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Tattison.
I'd personally like to thank our Pembroke Agriculture Society staff for hosting our annual turkey roll last night, where I had the delight of volunteering and serving a table of friends and very vocal former high school teachers. They liked ordering me around. This is an event that annually brings hundreds of residents together for a wonderful roast beef dinner with all the fixings and a chance to win a frozen turkey for the upcoming holidays. So all the funds raised there, they go to charities across Glanbrook, Stony Creek, and the mountain. As it is harvest time, it's a reminder, much along the themes of road safety here, for all residents driving on rural roads across our city to be patient because there will be slow-moving, large farm equipment. And remember, farmers feed cities, so your patience goes a long way. Next Friday, there's a plowing match out at the Jones Farm on Butter Road in Ancaster where Councillor Cassar and I will duel it out for councillor dominance in plowing. I think we're tied 1-1 right now, and so this is the rubber match. There's a roast beef dinner at Case Church the following Friday, October 25th. Come on out. And then I just would like to say to all my residents across the city and in Glanbrook, a very happy and peaceful Thanksgiving weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taddison. Next up, we have Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, and I'm going to build off of themes expressed by some of my colleagues and tie some things together. But first, I also have it in my calendar to attend that plowing match, and I've been plowing since I was 12 years old, so I don't know if I'm the spoiler, potentially. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's go. Want to begin by expressing unity with my two Stony Creek colleagues on the issues of the odors from the GFL landfill. Coming up on the 2-year anniversary, Thanksgiving being the day that the stench made its way to Winona. When I was standing outside in the backyard and I could smell it 16 kilometers away, that was quite a day and probably the high water mark in terms of the impact, at least in the parts of the lower city that I represent, but I understand that it's an ongoing concern and really want to just express support for Councillor Clark, Councillor Francis, on behalf of the portion of the Lower Stony Creek that I represent, along with the Fruitland Winona communities, and pledge that we will collaboratively find a swift and appropriate resolution for our fellow Stony Creekers in Upper Stony Creek, Heritage Green, Tapley Town, Elfrida, and points beyond. But switching back to maybe a kinder, gentler theme for Thanksgiving, building upon comments made by some of my other rural councillors, there's a lot to see and do within the city of Hamilton's 79% rural component this weekend. So I encourage all residents to get out and explore, particularly in Ward 10. The escarpment is just in the early stages of turning color. And it provides such an incredible backdrop. If you've ever come down to the Winona and Fruitland community and seen the wall of color that the escarpment provides along our southern edge, just to the south of Highway 8. It's really quite stunning, and I do know that people come from all over to take pictures and to view it. No Instagram filter is required. It's just naturally gorgeous. And along the way, very specifically want to shout out to our local family-owned farms, starting with Fruitland Farms and the Farm Fresh Country Market on Highway 8 in Fruitland. You can make your way along Highway 8 to Casmary Orchards, Sun Valley Farms, Puttycombe Farms Winery and Estate Cidery. Sorry, that's a lot to say. Leaning Post Winery, all in Highway 8 in Winona. And although technically in Ward 9, Ridge Road Estate Winery on Ridge Road in Vinemount offers a spectacular view of Ward 10, as well as Lake Ontario. So please come out and patronize our locals, whether it's in Ward 10 or other parts of the city of Hamilton. Your support of our local farm families is incredibly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, council members, I am going to move to a break. It's 12:06, going for a 30-minute break, and then we'll come back for private and confidential and the remainder of the agenda. So if I could please get a mover and seconder, moved by, thank you, Councillor Francis, seconded by Councillor Cassar. 30-minute break, and then we'll resume the agenda at that point. Thank you. I do need a show of hands. Anybody opposed? One opposition, Councillor Clark. Everybody else. See you in 30 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are moving into closed session. But before that, can I have a motion to approve the closed session minutes of September 17th, 2025? Thank you, Councillor Taddison. Councillor Kassar, show of hands to indicate that we'll receive the minutes or approve the minutes. Thank you. Minutes from the closed session. Since you're in the room, all three, Councillor Paul, Spatafora, and Francis are in favor. Anybody opposed? And Mayor, you've had the opportunity to vote? Yeah, thank you. And those carry. On to moving into closed session. May I please have a motion to move into closed session to consider minute item 11.2 of the General Issues Committee minutes of October 1st, 2025 meeting respecting CM 25009A, Technology and Staff Accountability, citywide pursuant to Section 9.3, subsections B, F, and the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and Section 2392, subsection B and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employees, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Can I get a mover and seconder? Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Councillor Beattie. Thank you both. Please indicate your vote now electronically. And as that vote is tabulating, members of the public, the meeting will continue after the closed session portion of the meeting. When members rejoin the meeting, council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and media time to return. This is a vote for going into private and confidential for everybody who just joined us in chambers. Councillor McMeekin, you're in favor of going into closed? Thank you. And that carries. Thank you. So we just need a couple more minutes to transition the room, asking that all members to please ensure that you're in a private room or area or wearing headphones for those of you joining us virtually. And that make sure that you are in the closed portion of our eScribe portal. Okay, welcome back. We're ready to go. All right. So Councillor Francis, could I please get a motion to receive, approve the recommendations for related to General Issues Committee, please?
You may. That's moved by myself, second by Councillor Kassar. A, that the GIC 25-013, being the open session minutes of the General Issues Committee meeting held on Wednesday, October 1st, 2025, item 7.2 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. B, that the closed session minutes of the General Issues Committee meeting be held on Wednesday, October 1st, 2025, item 12.2 be approved as presented and remain confidential. And C, that the following correspondence item be received. Number one, correspondence from Alicia Iwanaki respecting item 8.7 report PED 25083A, coordinated encampment response post-protocol interim report citywide item 7.2A.
Thank you for that motion. So we have inside of our GIC minutes a motion to amend item 8.3 from the, no, 8.9, my apologies. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'll offer the context before I read this in. Members will recall GIC report that came from the HWDSB Liaison Committee that gave direction for a report back on a possible stormwater rate exemption for the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board and Hamilton-Wentworth District Catholic School Board. The amendment is simply to include the two French language boards as well, as they all have facilities. And I think that that's entirely appropriate, and I'm thankful to Councillor Huang for making me aware of this. So then, it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that minute item 8.9 respecting Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee amendments, PBLC 25003, September 25, 2025, of the October 1st, 2025 General Issues Committee minutes be amended as follows. That item 7.22, respecting report FCS 25051, respecting Hamilton School Board's stormwater fee implementation information session of the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee minutes, PBLC 25003, September 25, be amended as follows. And you'll go down to section 7.22A. That city staff in collaboration with Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board be provided to provide an impact study respecting shared use agreements and stormwater fees through Joint Property Asset Committee and report back to the next, and we're striking out next, to the HWDSB Liaison Committee meeting, striking out the date and replacing it with Q1 2026, and B, that city staff examined implications of maximizing potential full stormwater rate exemptions, striking out both and all of school boards is added, including Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board, Hamilton-Wentworth District Catholic School Board, Conseillère Scolaire Viamont, and Conseillère Scolaire Catholique Monavir, and report back to the next meeting of the respected liaison committees. So essentially, adding in the two French language school boards to include them in this impact study. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Tattison.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, or council, speakers list is open. Mayor, is it on this item? No. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Huang.
Thank you. I'm thankful to Pascal in my office for catching that, because we are a flow through for all of the school boards, including the French language school boards. A question to staff is, how do we report back if we don't have a liaison committee for the French language school boards? What is the process and protocol here on reporting on this particular information to them?
Thank you. Who's answering this, just to be clear? General Manager Zagarek, thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, as I understand it, staff would report back to the liaison committee, which reports to GIC, and it would be before the general public through GIC.
Councillor Huang.
So again, if the French language school boards do not have a liaison committee, how does that work?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, sorry if I was too brief in my response. We would look to engage with all the school board stakeholders in informing the report and reporting back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson. No, my apologies. Hold on.
Not on this item.
I just want to, not on this item? Okay, Councillor White. Anybody else on this item? Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
For some reason, I must have stepped out because I did not vote, so I would love to vote on that. So a separate vote. To amend it. I want to vote on this.
Sorry, the amendment is on the floor right now. We haven't cast any votes. We're just speaking to the amendment right now.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody will get a chance to vote on it. Anybody else on this item as it relates to the school board? Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Just helping out my seatmate. I think Councillor Pauls wants to be able to have a divided vote after amendment, because I don't think anyone here has any opposition to adding the French language school boards as an amendment. I think Councillor Pauls is requesting a separated vote post-amendment on this specific item. Just
Got it. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Okay, so the amendment to include the French Catholic. Thank you. And French, all French language schools. Thank you very much. Okay. Please vote.
It's okay. It's the other. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Thank you. That's what I said. I said I wasn't there.
Councillor Jackson is indicating a thumbs up. Councillor McMeekin, could you indicate your vote? And that carries, thank you. Now on the item itself, Councillor Beatty, remind me, 8.9?
8.9.
8.9 is the item.
PBLC 25003.
Thank you. Okay, can somebody please clarify via the mic and so that everybody on council can hear the vote that's coming forward?
The amendment was to 8.9, item 722, and A has the date changed from December 11th, 2025 to Q 2026. B was the addition of the French school boards. So we voted on the amendment to B. We now have to vote on the amendment to A.
Got it.
Change
So
the date.
Thank you so much, Deputy Clerk. So the second amendment on item 8.9 regarding the report back date, please indicate your vote now. Oh, thank you. That carries. Now on the item itself, as amended. That carries, thank you. Okay, so bringing us back up to GIC. Oh, yes? So on the previous vote, are we just going to re-vote it, or can that correction be made? The correction is made. Councillor Jackson is opposed to item 8.9. Okay, all right, so just if we could get order, we're almost there, folks, I know, we're almost there. 11 point, no, back to GI, we're still at GIC, the balance of the report, however, we are bringing a motion, is it after we receive GIC minutes that another motion is coming onto the table?
So
or is it?
I believe the request will be to let's vote on the closed session minutes separately. And then we have a direction to staff motion that is going to come forward that you can then debate.
What the clerk said. So let's go to a vote on the closed minutes. Vote on the closed minutes, please,
Yeah, so then.
for GIC.
Yeah.
It's already been moved and seconded. Councillor Francis and Kassar. Carried, thank you. So on the balance of the report, Councillor Maureen Wilson on item 8.7.
Thank you. My apologies. I just wanted to tie a string to complete this one for myself. It's a question that I neglected to ask. It is with respect to PED 25083A, Coordinated Encampment Response Post Protocol. My understanding is the action was seeking permission to expend $525,000, but we also learned that $300,000 had already been expended, beg your pardon, because of just the report back. So my question is, the 525 is recommended to come from the tax stabilization. Had the action failed, we would have been owing for services rendered. I just wanted to know from staff financially, where was that money going to come from through the chair?
General Manager Zagarek.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, there's a variety of sources. One, it could have come from a city reserve, such as the tax stabilization reserve. So a request to council, as council has ultimate authority over the allocation of reserve funding, it would have had to come back before committee and council for approval. Alternatively, if council sought that Hamilton Police Services absorb it, Hamilton Police Services have a series of reserves, and they could look towards one of their reserves. Or finally, it could have been absorbed within the Hamilton Police Services 2025 operations, not knowing whether that would contribute to a deficit or whether they are projecting a surplus. But those are a series of potential funding sources as it relates to the 300,000.
I'm presupposing because the report was before us and the services were already actioned and the report recommendations were written as such, that it was the opinion of the service that it should come from a city-owned source.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I would add the city staff recommended that it come from city source, given that the original funding for those constables were from city source, and to be consistent with the original funding source for the work and effort, and to not to create a financial burden or impact to Hamilton Police Services as it relates to 2025 or their reserves. But to my previous answer, those are just theoretically options in terms of where the funds could have been absorbed.
Thank you for bringing that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pauls
Thank you. I just wanted 6.1.
Did you have an opportunity to go offline with staff on this one?
Yep, I just want to ask staff something. Yeah, I just want to ask, this gentleman, Andrew Solomon, said that there were over 200 dilapidated vacant buildings in Hamilton, in the East End and downtown core. My question to staff, is there, I know we have 379 vacant, that have declared vacant homes or building. Are these part of those 379?
GM Zagarek.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, those are two separate issues. The vacant unit tax speaks to vacant residential units versus, vacant and sorry, I'm looking for the correct words.
Derelict was the word.
Vacant and derelict, thank you. Vacant and derelict properties that would lie within the responsibility of building services, and that would be a combination of all property types.
Okay, so they're not homes, they're like a business, so if they're sitting there for many, many years, I'm just wondering, what is our current bylaw for demolition? I remember back a few months ago, the two homes that were on Upper James, and the gentleman could not tear them down because they didn't have a vision what they were going to do with that, and so we wouldn't allow it. And I remember the staff saying they were going to come and report again about our bylaw. Do the staff know when the report's going to come about the bylaw?
Yeah, that motion that was moved by myself and Councillor Crutch. Over to you, Acting Director.
Thank you, Chair. Acting Director of Licensing Bylaw Services, Dan Smith. So the demolition control bylaw falls within the portfolio of the Building Services Division. What I can do is I can take the information back and speak with Director Lally and get that information back to you, but I do know that they did commit to returning to committee with a review of the demolition control bylaw.
And that was a return in Q4 of this year.
Q4?
Through the chair, my understanding that is correct.
Thank you.
So these buildings down at the East End and downtown core, we have to wait for the bylaw in order for us to take any down, right? We have to wait to see what the results are by the bylaw? Because I just want to know why they're still up if they've been there vacant for so long.
Through the chair, I'll do my best to answer that. So my understanding is that with the report being returned, they're going to be looking at opportunities to amend that bylaw where an individual or business or property owner wishes to apply for a demolition permit would maybe have some different opportunities associated with demolition. But in order to move forward beyond what the bylaw states now, if it didn't permit demolition or staff didn't support demolition, then it would have to return following that bylaws amendment coming back to council.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to the report coming in. So thank you.
Many are. Okay. Anything else on GIC, Councillor Cooper? On item 6.1?
Yeah. Just a question to staff. So when we have a building that's questionable and it's on the property, the amount of property tax that we get changes if that becomes a vacant lot. Am I correct, or is that completely
Can I just
wrong?
pause here? We're getting into the debate of items that are best addressed when the report comes back, which is an appropriate time during Public Works Committee or Planning Committee, wherever the report is coming back to. Planning Committee, thank you. I'm just really wanting to honor that this is council. There's a lot of good conversation coming on this topic. It is appropriate to do so at Planning Committee, and I would just encourage my colleagues to hold your questions when that report comes back. We're going to dive in. It's probably going to be a long Planning Committee to be able to get that bylaw clearly articulated and the services required to implement any recommendations from staff clarified at that point. So if I could beg your indulgence to just pause those questions until that report comes back. Okay. Anything else on GIC? Got it. Okay. So now we approve the minutes of the GIC and then table the motion?
So, no, we can take the motion right now.
Okay.
So just for everybody, this was, a question came up during closed session at GIC. It was thought that questions might need to be asked at council. Those questions were asked if there were any confidential questions associated with it today, and is now related to the closed session item, but a public item. So we can now move forward with the direction to staff motion, which will be moved by Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you. Councillor Spatafora for public. If you could please introduce your motion and seconder.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan. It's moved by myself, second by Councillor Cameron Crutch. Whereas council wishes to better understand trends in leadership, staff turnover, including the reasons for departure and any related financial or legal implications in order to support organizational stability, accountability, and continuous improvement. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to provide a detailed report regarding employee exits, manager level and above, from the City of Hamilton during the current term of council, and that the report include the following information: number of individuals released from their contracts, the amount of severance paid out, and how it is budgeted for within the city, whether any non-disclosure agreements were signed, whether any litigation against the city resulted, the number of individuals' resignations, the reason provided for any resignations where available, any general insights or themes identified through exit interviews, turnover information by level broken down by functional area. That the report be presented in camera given the confidential nature of the personnel information with any aggregate or non-identifying data summarized publicly where appropriate.
Thank you. Okay, it's been duly moved and seconded. Speaker's list is open. Councillor Clark.
First, I thank the mover for the motion and the seconder. I want to be clear that when we were in camera, we only asked questions to legal and questions to HR. I can attest there was no debate on the motion itself. This motion should be and is properly here in public. The question that I have is the last item B. So the previous council, some of you will recall this, we moved a motion directing staff that when they are bringing reports forward, they separate any legal commentary from the report. And the only information that is held in camera is the legal or personnel matter, stuff that was specific to that area. Everything else should be in a report that can be shared in public. So I want to be sure that we are honoring that commitment that was made in the previous council. That item B, when it comes forward, it's not going to have this entire thing all in camera. It's going to have answers to these questions in a public document, and then any legal or personnel issues that need to be discussed will be discussed in camera. Can I get confirmation? I can see the good Councillor Spatafora nodding his head, and I got a double thumbs up, which is really good. I just want to hear from staff that that's what's going to happen.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, we will bring the information in open, except those items rightfully required under closed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Huang.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this motion. Just wanted to get a sense for the time frame as to when we would expect a report back. My question actually stems from, we're going into budget season, and I'm not sure if this will have any bearing in the budget process at all. So that's kind of why I wanted to understand what the report back looks like, and essentially this information may or may not be helpful in the budget talks.
Through the chair, Laura Fontaine, Executive Director of Human Resources, Councillor, will endeavor to report back within 60 days, definitely before year end.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. That clarifies the timeline question. Over to Councillor Crutch, then Councillor McMeekin.
Very briefly, just want to say I'm supportive of this motion and think it's important for us to have some clarity publicly and privately. This ends up being, from my perspective, as someone who's been on council for a few years and looking at budgets, one of the harder things to understand in terms of how costs work out for severances, dismissals, whatever you want to call it, right? How it impacts the city's budget, where we can find that information, how it has an impact on departments and divisions. And so just want to make sure that that information is included, and glad it's in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor McMeekin.
Just a quick question. Does this include people that we contract with as well?
So through the chair, it would include those individuals that have an employment contract with us, a formal employment contract, or those individuals that simply have an employment relationship with us.
Thank you.
Okay, no further speakers on the speakers list. Yes, second time, Councillor Spatafor.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, we're just working with the clerk to add a date in, and I just wanted to make sure staff, I know Executive Director Fontana said 60 days. We have a GIC on December 3rd. I don't know if that is a date that works for the Executive Director.
It's the final GIC of the calendar year. Just conferring, 1 second.
Through the chair, December 3rd is reasonable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so we'll add in the report timeline into the final version of the motion. It's been duly moved and seconded. No further speakers. Please vote electronically. With the thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Jackson. That carries. Thank you. On to our bylaws. Councillor Huang, may I please have a motion on the bills? Oh.
Balance of GIC as amended.
Oh. So close. On the balance of the GIC minutes, please. Your vote. Councillor Jackson's in favor, and so is Councillor McMeekin. That carries. And now, Councillor Huang, motion on the bills?
Thank you. Moved by myself and I think seconded by you, Deputy Mayor Nan, that bills number 25-1782 to number 25-190 be passed and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered and be signed by the mayor and the city clerk to read as follows, and you'll see all of them.
10 bylaws there. No, 11, 12, 13 bylaws. Any discussion of the bylaws? Seeing none. And that carries. There being no further business for this council meeting, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.